All right, so before I start, I'd just like to explain, I'm showing the game, and then in the upper left-hand corner, you'll be able to see all the inputs I put and what frame they're on. And I'm using two different timing methods. The TAS, like movies type timing method, goes by frame until the end of the last input of the game. And then I'm also, for comparison with other speedruns, I'm going to be using, the other timing method, just, let's see, just live splits, basically. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. All right. So, yeah, I'll go ahead and start the splits right after the rumble prompt. But yeah, welcome to the SOA TAS. I try and go fast, so see how it goes. Yeah, I mean, during most of the cutscenes, there's not really much to optimize except text boxes. So yeah, there won't be much interesting until we get to the first fight. But I did have to use a couple different start times. If you notice up in the upper left, there's a start, like date and time, current date and time. Dolphin Emulator allows you to use custom start times, and so this will actually change the RNG seed at the start of the game, allowing me to try and get double electric boxes in the first battle, just by trying lots of different start times. Is it? Okay, let's see. Let's turn that down a bit. How about that? Nice. Okay. So, text boxes are, they're not that difficult. Of course, we already knew that BA was the fastest way through a text box, but you can't push them on the same frame or else it kind of, well, it doesn't detect both inputs. So it does have to be one after the other. Alright. As we get into the first battle, first thing you'll notice is that I didn't change Aika's color. That's because I was trying out something where I'm gonna try and get Sakura's for her by the time Grand Fortress is over. But I adjusted my start time so that that soldier gave me an Electro Box. And then here I'm doing some RNG forwarding to get to the next seed that will give me an Electro Box when this second soldier dies.
That was easy.
Yeah. Yeah, so essentially when you, it's not just all inputs, it's specifically attack or anything that targets an enemy or a friendly. Basically, when the camera zooms out, it goes to a random position, and so that forwards the RNG seed. Yeah, since drops are based on RNG, depending on what seed you start the turn at, when you get to the drop, you'll have a different RNG value, so.
dispose of them?
Alright. So here's this one. I'm basically using a similar item where I'm trying to get 2 moonberries this time. And so I chose a fight that'll give me 1 moonberry, and then in the second turn I'm going to be using RNG forwarding again to get the second moonberry. Yes, setting the RNG seed is based on both console time, well, time that you start the game, as well as the frame of entry into battle. That's the initial seed, and then you can forward the seed by the method that I explained before. Yeah. A good portion of the movement in this TAS isn't really optimized. I didn't spend too much time working on that. Yeah, basically. There's no way to read it unless you're in a TAS setting. Am I the one moving? I mean, I'm not controlling it right now, but yes, all movement inputs are done through the TAS. So in the upper left-hand corner, you can see all the inputs that are being put into Dolphin in order to run the TAS. Alright, so here's Antonio. He's pretty easy, as Page Cartoons found out, with 2 Electroboxes, so, I mean, it'll be pretty similar to that.
Here goes!
Let's try this!
And he's going.
That was fun!
Oh yeah, I forgot to say, welcome Grudge Guy, welcome Page Cartoons, welcome 7th. So yeah, now it's just some more cutscenes. One thing to note, for all of the... Oh, yeah. Oops. I'll just skip that one. I can edit it in post. So yeah, throughout the run, I tried to choose choices that were the fastest, and sometimes it wasn't always correlated with text boxes, like number of text boxes. Sometimes it was just animations. Like in this case, there's an extra animation for where Fina is kind of like giggling, and so that's why the first one isn't faster. it's odd because there's some animations that the game actually lets you go past, but or like the text boxes just load later. Okay. And there's some animations that the text boxes wait for. Yeah, exactly. Second option is slower because Aika yells at buys. So here you're going to see a little bit of a weird movement. Just going directly towards Pirate Isle led me into a few random encounters. So I had to take this like this roundabout route to actually not trigger random encounters. Yeah, actually, interesting point of fact, that land at the corner, actually there's no encounters over that at this point in the game. After, I think it's after Shrine Island, that land gets an encounter ID and you start getting encounters there, but that small, very small island at the edge of the Sky Rift, yeah, at this point in the game, there's no encounters on that. Yeah, so I actually didn't realize that flying over land leads to higher encounter rates until like halfway through the run. So none of that's incorporated in like the first half of this TAS. Yeah. Oh yeah, that flying play path was definitely faster than running from an encounter. Nice. Okay, yeah, so now we're inside Pirate Isle. Not too much really interesting here, task-wise. Meditation ring? No, I didn't actually go for meditation ring. No, there's a distinct scarcity of collecting accessories in this TAS. Yeah. I think the only accessories I really get are the Dabu hides. I actually get 2 Dabu hides in this. Mostly because I wanted 2 people to go fast and I had money. In the end, I don't think it was quite worth it. I probably could have just juggled Dabu hides and that would have been fine. I do get white hat, or white map, I get Captain's Hat, and I do get Slayer's Ring. Sorry, yeah. So I forgot a few accessories that I do get.
Thank you so much.
Thermal Ring I do not get. No. I don't end up needing it. Yeah. I do get white map, although over the course of this TAS, I've found that I'm not quite sure the benefits outweigh the amount of time it actually takes to get. So probably in the second iteration, I'm going to try to avoid white map altogether. And the dock quest line altogether. That's true. There are some places that you can't really avoid encounters, though, and I'll talk more about that when we get near there. Yeah, Rix's Moonstone Mountain. Also, even with the white map on, I wasn't able to completely avoid encounters at Mount Kazai or Soltis. I think everywhere else I was pretty able to. No, Dakat's Isle. Yeah. That one was a little bit too long for me to avoid encounters. No, Sylvite Ring I don't really need because I can just avoid insta-kill specials. Black map, the only place that would really be useful in this run would be Crescent Isle, and when you can choose your own RNG, you can also choose how quickly you encounter enemies and which enemies you encounter, so I didn't really have a need for black map. I was able to get pretty good Griper fights without it. Speed, it's okay. I think he's not actually that much smaller than any percent. Maybe only a few levels. Like, cause I do still take a bunch of fights in Shrine Island, in Catacombs, and in Perrin, just so that I can collect a bunch of the items that I'll use in the first half of the game. Like, I pretty much collect, I collect 2 of my Crystales boxes in Catacombs, along with the Pyre box in a fight. And then in Perrin, I'm like collecting moonberries because I don't want to go to chests. Oftentimes it's slower to go to a chest than to actually collect the moonberry at the end of a fight, so it ends up being not that different in terms of levels. Okay, so now we're off to Shrine Island. Yeah, basically, if any grapes ran, I basically just chose a different seed at the start of the fight. Yeah, that's also possible. Although, I didn't, I don't know, I didn't do too much trying to minimize Vi's getting outsped. Mostly because I already knew by that point that I needed to do another iteration, so. Okay, so here's Shrine Island. Here I take 3 encounters. One on the way to the crystal, one on the way back. Or no, maybe it's only 2 encounters. Yeah, I think I only took 2 encounters here. I was actually able to get through the outer segment without an encounter, so that was pretty nice. But I still did want to start collecting moonberries and stuff. That's 100%. You know, I had started considering that idea a little bit, but I want to go through just any percent first, and that'll take a while, so. Yeah. Who knows when it'll get to that, if ever. Alright, so here's the first fight. You know, we have initiative against some Flestics, and we just wipe them out. And I think we get a moonberry from this. Yep. Yep, there we go. That's the 4th moonberry of the run. Already. It's interesting though, because at first, so the reason I have Ica on green is because I wasn't sure towards the end game how much healing I would need through her, but it ended up not really mattering too much because you get like Enrique and stuff, so that's definitely going to change in the second iteration. What's Yume skip? Oh, yeah, yeah. That one's in here.
Moons, give me strength.
So this is interesting because when I started the TAS, I started just dolphin loading it up normally, but then
Moons,
at one point through running, for some reason the shortcut hotkeys did stop working, so I actually had to switch to administrator mode for dolphin. But
That's fun.
it ended up being that I had gotten an item here under normal circumstances, but in administrator mode I didn't, which was weird. And then now even if I load it normally without administrator mode, I also don't get an item. So originally I had tried to get an item there, but now it's not there anymore. So yeah, here's the encounter skip, and then it's followed by basically no encounter in the rest. Oh, definitely. Early Increm in the second one will be very nice. And I don't even think, like, technically I don't need YOLO Merchant, even though in this run I buy 1 box. I buy that box mostly so that it's in the top position, right? I can probably collect all 3 Crystales boxes just from Catacombs, so I don't think I'll need that in the second iteration. I actually do get Tackle, and it's to speed up some of the fights around Ixataka area. but I don't use it early. It's not worth it. You just don't generate enough spirit points by this point. It's actually slower to wait for tackle. Yeah, I actually do get Mace Hand. That's part of the reason, yeah. Yeah, the only problem being boxes and focuses are slow. Focuses because you can, well, as you'll see in some of the later fights, there's no need to focus if you can just guard. Right. Does he die to a single tackle? Blagok? Or Executioner, one or the other?
Let's try this.
Yes.
Here goes.
Okay. I see. Yeah, so this one, I basically tried to get
Let's try this.
normal attacks for every round. And that counterattack that you just saw was actually important, because otherwise it wouldn't have been within kill range at the end. Yeah, goodbye, Sentinel.
That was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, part of the problem with Mace Hand in like RTA is it's just hard to get. Yeah, exactly. And it's only like 5% if I remember correctly. If that, it might be lower. Yeah, pretty much. Sorry. Oh yeah, no, Grudge Guy, that is this world. I get 3 Crystales boxes, and 2 of them are through bats. Right now we're just in cutscenes. Nothing too interesting. I believe on the way back, if I had gone straight back to Pirate Isle, I would have also gotten an encounter, so I did veer off a little bit there. Yeah. Oh no, that's not the one I was thinking of. Oh. I don't know. Yeah, so actually, that segment's kind of weird. The part with the walkway and the, wait, into the cutscene. We're flying from, oh, that one. I see. I see. Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. Hmm. You fly back to Pirate then. Sailor's Island? No, I don't go back to Sailor's Island. There's only maybe 2 or 3 times that I go to Sailor's Island. Yeah. Yeah, I did that here too, but just passing over the land, it's not like it advances your RNG seed more. It just makes it more likely to have an encounter over top of the land. No, well, I guess I don't do coward strats. Although I never checked to see if I ever dip into coward. Right. Yeah, you don't want to be over land if you can help it in RTA. Yeah, I've never looked at if I dipped into coward or not, because I do take quite a few, or I do take a few swashbuckler choices that are not favored. So here I'm actually going to, there's a tile of the world map to the east of Pirate's Isle that is not loaded into the game at this point, so there's no encounters there, and the game also considers it a separate encounter region. So by going into there, you can actually reset your step counter, and then along that sky rift that I just flew past, that whole region over there, there's no, it's basically like a dead zone. So your step counter won't actually reset until you get to the end of the sky rift where it intersects with the stone reef. It's a pretty nice way to make sure you can get through that part without a fight. Yeah, there were definitely a lot of times that the best swashbuckler rating choice was actually the fastest, but definitely not always. Yeah, exactly.
Hey.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Although, like I said before, sometimes the animations can be interrupted also by text boxes, and so in those cases, even the wrong options can be faster. So yeah, this is, well, just a lot of movement. Going down and up and down and up, bringing up boxes. Not too much interesting at this point. At least task-wise. Yep. So, as far as ship battles go, because we're gonna be getting to a ship battle probably in the next... I don't remember exactly how long it takes to get to the Blackbeard. But once we get to the Blackbeard, you'll notice that it's pretty much follows the same... or I follow the same... turn options as what Arcadia Legends Expert route. Actually, the basis for, or my starting point was actually Arcadia's Expert RTA and E%. Mostly because I had already been running that a little bit offline, so. But anyways, yeah, it is. So most of the ship battles will basically be following that script until we get to Gregoria. And then at that point I was like, well, you know what? Well, I'd already seen on Discord that Tychopia and his ALX had exported what the ships do. So at that point, I was able to actually aim for like certain ship actions and optimize my damage and stuff like that, so.
Hi.
Oh yeah, yeah. There are some potentially ways to make it a little safer, and I'll get to that. There's actually, in the Blueheim fight, there's a way that could potentially be a little bit safer, while actually, well, I'll talk about that when we get to that. It'll make more sense when I get there. Even for RTA though. No. Yeah. Here it's pretty standard. In this run, I'm collecting the white map, so I'm going to be collecting this moonfish. And I basically tried to collect enough moonfish to get the white map by the end of Grand Fortress. After Grand Fortress, when you go back to Sailor's Island, or near Sailor's Island anyways. But yeah, so since I collect this moonfish anyways, I just went to Mystery Merchant, which I actually had to choose a specific frame to get him. And so I went here, I just sold my electro boxes so that right at the top of the item queue, I have Crystale's box now. And then, yeah, I went up to get that moonfish. I just read your message, Grudge Guy. Yeah, using the world records holder stats. Yep, exactly. Strats. +2 in fish. Then we talk to drachma. Standard stuff here. I believe. This one. Yep. Top choice was actually faster here. Or no, bottom choice? Oh yeah, looks like bottom choice was faster. By about 80 frames. Yeah, because early on in my notes I didn't actually type out how much faster things were.
Yay! Uh-huh.
All right. So, we've agreed to escort the merchant back to Nazrad, where we'll encounter the Blackbeard. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I did too. Although I think, actually, if I had started moving forward 1 frame earlier, I would have hit an encounter. Because I had to actually push it 1 frame back, I believe.
Aye, aye.
Yeah. And of course you can, well, try and get as much damage as possible, depending on the frame. Yeah. Basically, for ship battles, during the input selection, the RNG seed will advance every frame. So basically, in contrast to random battles, you just have to wait 1 more frame and you get a new RNG seed. Yeah. For some reason, Baltor isn't really the best at hitting things. Only occasionally he'll get one in. We'll just finish him off in one more shot. And we just go to pick up the balloon passport. Then we can make our way to go save our friends. Oh wow, so I'm already about 10 minutes, 9 minutes ahead. So here's the first instance that you'll see an encounter skip in the ship in Overworld. Yeah, so of course, people in the Discord told me going to the bridge and going back into the Overworld skips encounters. Well, there you go. So now we're just sitting through a bunch more cutscenes. This TAS seems to be mostly cutscenes. I don't know that it'll widen too much. I don't actually take a lot of runs in Catacombs, mostly because I'm collecting items for later.
Wow.
Aye, aye.
Wow. Uh-huh.
If you look at the inputs, they're pretty clean now, but whenever you see like multiple segments of inputs, that's when I'm using the controller. Right now I'm using the built-in TAS controller to do all these inputs. I'll actually point that out when we see it again. Well, we made it to Valua. Brachma's going to get his harpoon cannon. Well, we're going to go find a place to sleep. And then hopefully in the morning we'll rescue our friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, this upcoming movement with Marco, I think I did do a few times to try and figure out which one was a little bit faster, but I definitely haven't actually optimized it. But I think this path is one of the fastest. Just because it allows you to kind of go as fast as if you catch up to Marco, but also you don't have to have that text box of when you catch him. So yeah, now we're heading off into catacombs. There's a moonberry on the way, but I don't pick it up because it's actually slower than getting into a fight and getting one from a fight. Yeah, I think the only moonberries I actually get are... I think maybe one in Ducat's Island, if I remember correctly. The ones that I get from a chest. Everything else I get from battles. Yeah, exactly. It's next to the moonfish, which is pretty nice.
Moons, give me strength. That was fun.
We know one. Yeah. Yeah, so that was the first fight. That would have been the Pyre box. Yep. First drop is a Pyre box, so that I can just use that box from now on.
Here goes.
Yep. Now we have bats, so we're gonna get a Crystales box.
Serves 'em right.
Yeah, pretty much. The only box I bought was the one Crystales box from Merchants. Just to have Crystales box at the top of the list, but everything else, every other box is pretty much from enemies.
Let's try this.
Here is where I got the mace hand. This is what I'm using later in Ixtaka area, so that Drachma has some good damage.
Serves 'em right.
What's next? I believe next is another Crystales box. Then after that, I think I started getting moonberries. Yeah. Sometimes I had to let them go first in order to actually get the box drop, since it was like 1%.
Let's try this.
Huh, that was easy.
Yeah, so I think... Do I do it here? Yeah, I think this might be the first instance where you'll see Vise slow down to avoid encounters. So we're doing this one to get a Moonberry. But then after that, we're gonna go past the hallway that's like broken on the bottom. And there's no encounters in that hallway, but apparently something in that hallway generates or uses the RNG function a lot. So it allows me to like move past a bunch of different types of encounters, and then try and get a specific one. I think the next one was just to get another Moonberry. Was it? I think in the end I went with a pretty standard one. So here you'll see me slow down a bit. That's to get a specific encounter. I think if it was, it's not so much a specific encounter, but a specific step count that I hit an encounter. Because oftentimes, almost like, I think it was 4 times out of 5, I didn't get an encounter after that hallway. So I actually had to slow down to get the encounter. So I wanted another Moonberry by this point.
Let's try this.
That was easy.
Alright, now it's time to face off against Blagok. Let's see. Early on in the game, I used the Crystales boxes a good amount, as you'll see. It's a little bit of menuing, but then we'll get into it.
Let's try this.
This should work.
Yep. I'll just get some counterattacks. This actually, in this fight, I also needed the counterattacks in order to have enough,
Should work.
be within like the damage range for the final attack. It would have taken, I think it was 2 attacks. Or it would have taken, I believe, a Cutlass Fury and a Crystales box to drop him on the last turn, but instead I just did a single Cutlass Fury. No, maybe it was 2 boxes versus 1 box, because I'm using Cutlass Fury here. I think it's 2 boxes versus 1 box.
Here goes.
Or sorry, 2 boxes versus 3.
This should work.
Yeah, 2 boxes versus 3. Yeah. So that's Blagok. Now we go to fight the Executioner. Of course, there's no real need to heal up in between, right? Alright. Executioner. This was a 2-turn fight. Pretty similar
Let's try
to...
this.
Well, the inputs themselves were pretty similar to in the RTA strats.
This should work. Here goes.
And of course, everyone's on blue here to let Aika learn Webley. Well, not everyone. Aika's still on green.
Let's try this.
This should work.
Yep. There's Executioner.
That wasn't so bad.
Now we'll go talk to our dad, who we just rescued, and then we'll go on and try and save Fina. In this next region of Catacombs, I actually encountered 2 fights because I didn't plan it out correctly, but I should only need 1 fight. 1 random encounter. Yeah. I didn't really want any more items from here, so I basically ran from the next 2 fights. Yeah. Turns out that how quickly you can run away is dependent on a number of factors. First factor being how many enemy types are there, because more enemy types will take longer to load the battle. And then second factor is actually the RNG seed itself plays a role. Some role. I haven't figured it out yet.
Retreat.
I'm only a little bit ahead. Now we're gonna give Marco a little confidence, and then go up and save Fina.
Uh-huh. Ho-ho! Come! Mother!
Yes, Your Majesty.
So yeah, this upcoming movement was pretty standard, just go in the shortest lines possible. But of course it can still be optimized further. I could probably save like probably another second. Well, not a full second, I don't think. Maybe another 10 frames just from movement in here.
Wow!
Yep. I would just sit through cutscenes. Right. And of course this train segment is forced encounters, so I'll be running from all of them.
Retreat! Retreat! treat!
Yep. Now we have the Executioner fight, or the, sorry, Royal Guards. This one I had to go through a number of different starting seeds to get to one that was pretty nice. I found a seed that basically, on the first turn, one of the guards guarded and the other one didn't, and I killed the one that didn't. Oh no, I think this is incorrect. Oh. Nope, okay. This is unfortunate. This is the incorrect seed. Oh, I'm not playing it as administrator mode. Okay, well, this is gonna have to be redone. So I think what I'll do is I'll start over in administrator mode, but we'll see. Let me see. Okay. I'll have to redo that. Let me see. Yeah, no, once it gets past a certain point, I have to completely full stop it. Yeah, I don't know why. Like, on my laptop downstairs, I can run it in administrator mode or not, and it runs just fine. But then on my desktop, I actually have to run it in administrator mode, I guess. Oh, let's see. Where are we? Well, looks like I'm gonna have to start it again because I didn't have Skies of Arcadia running in Dolphin with administrator mode, which is my bad. But this time it should be fine. Sorry about that. Okay. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Well, get started again. I guess feel free to come back in an hour and a bit, and we should be back to where we were. Or I guess we can just hang out until then. How are you guys doing today? Sorry about that.
Hey,
Yeah, feel free to get some food and come back in about an hour. And we should be back to where we were.
ha! Ah! Ha! Huh, that was easy.
Yeah, the RNG manipulation is pretty nice.
Let's go.
It only works if you have a camera zoom out, because it'll choose a random location and that calls the RNG, or that rolls a new RNG number.
Dispose of them. Ha!
Yeah!
Ah! Ah!
Yeah!
Ha!
That was fun! Let's try this. That's fun.
I guess in the meantime, I'll give some of the same commentary I gave in the first go-around. This island at the end here, the very end, next to the edge of the Sky Rift, actually, there's no encounters on over top of it. This game uses some sort of encounter index, and so if you go over top of an island, it seems to decrease the index by 1, which generally translates to higher encounter rates, but if your index is already at 1, then it goes down to 0, and that's what seems to happen over there. And when your index is at 0, your encounter rate drops to 0, because it just stops checking the step counter.
Hey,
Yeah, so haven't really optimized movement too much in this iteration of the TAS. But once we get into Captain Dine's office, we'll see probably the second example of when the incorrect swashbuckler choice is actually faster than doing the correct choice.
Huh? Uh-uh. Thank you so much. Yes. Yay! Huh?
Alright, now we're off to Shrine Island. We're gonna go collect that moonstone that we saw fall the other day. Or, well, just last night. And this one we take 2 random encounters and then go to the boss. The first one is going to be a surprise attack on some Flestics, which we can just use Pyre against to annihilate and then get moonberries. 1 moonberry, actually.
That was easy.
Yeah, I had said this earlier, but this next encounter, in one attempt, I actually had gotten a moonberry from it, but now that I had, like, in between
Give me strength.
this encounter and the Royal Guards, I had actually switched from doing all of the task work using Dolphin Emulator just standard versus using it in administrator mode, and
Give me strength.
that seemed to kind of mess up. I don't know, Dolphin Emulator, at least on my desktop, seems to run differently in administrator mode versus not. So that's the reason we had to start over, and that's the reason why there's no drop right there. Normally I would have gone for a moonberry there. So we did the encounter skip, and then I chose a random seed where there's no encounter all the way to the door, so there should be no more encounters in the remainder of this dungeon. So yeah, we'll just go around Shrine Island, removing all the water, giving us access to the Moonstone. This is Sentinel. He's not that bad when you have 2 electro boxes that don't break.
Let's try this.
Here goes. Ah. Ha.
Let's try this.
Here goes.
That was fun.
Yeah.
Yep, now we're gonna go back to Pirate Isle, but we'll find that our friends were captured and taken to Valoa. We come back to find our friends gone, and we talk to Viza's mom. And then go decide to rescue our friends. Well, and parent. So this next bit of overworld movement is a little bit tricky. At this stage in the game, the tile that's immediately east of Pirate Isle isn't actually active yet, so there are no encounters there, and it's set as a dead zone, but it's set as a dead zone that's also a different encounter region, and whenever you transition between encounter regions, it'll reset your step counter. So I basically clipped just the north corner of this dead tile, and then I followed this Sky Rift, which is a dead zone. So it actually won't reset my step counter until I get to the end of this dead zone, which is right at this stone reef. And that pretty much prevents encounters through that whole segment.
Hey. Aye, aye.
So here we're just picking up some boxes, bringing him upstairs, you know, typical fetch quest in an RPG. It's just like other fetch quests, they really have no... well, I guess there's no reason to do it in this case, because we never open the boxes.
Uh-huh.
Alright, now we'll head off to Sailor's Island, where but actually before we get there, we'll talk to Doc. Get the equipment for collecting moonfish.
Hi.
Huh?
So here, we get the repair kits because for these first ship battles, I'm basically following Arcadia Legends expert notes. I actually used Arcadia Legends notes as the basis of the route, and then kind of took things away, added some things in. But here I'm selling the Electro boxes and buying the Crystales box so that the Crystales box is first in the array of items, and so in the battle it'll always be on top when I go to select it.
Yeah!
Yay!
Uh-huh.
So now we're gonna escort the Nasser merchant. Yeah, right. We're gonna escort the Nasser merchant back to Nazrad, and well, we'll encounter the Blackbeard on the way.
Aye, aye.
Yeah, so pretty much all the ship battles up until Gregorio are going to be similar to what is in the Arcadia Legend expert notes. Except I can also choose my RNG scene so that I hit everything and sometimes they miss me. So that's pretty nice. Probably didn't actually need a repair kit there. But that'll probably be in the second iteration. And it's just one more hit, and Blackbeard goes down. Alright. Now that we've defeated Baltor, we can go drop off the merchant at Nazrad and get our Balloon passport so that we can infiltrate the Valuan Empire and save our friends. Here's the first instance that you'll see me go back to the bridge of the ship during the overworld. This is to avoid encounters. Thank you for the people in the Discord for letting me know that this was a possibility. Of course, it's pretty useful. Now there's just a bunch of cutscenes. Yeah. Here we meet Marco, future First Admiral of the Blue Navy. But we're gonna ignore him for now. Just go to the inn, rest up a bit, wait for Brockman to get back. How dare they on a Saturday?
Yeah!
Right, well, Marco was eavesdropping on us, so we're gonna try and catch up to him. Make sure he can't spill any beans. We'll get to see Pyrobox into Cristale's box, into, I believe, what was after that? Was Pyrobox into Cristale's box, into Mace Hand, into Cristale's box, into Moonberry and Moonberry. So, it's pretty fun drops. And of course, like I said before, I don't get this Moonberry because it's a little bit out of the way. I only grab, I think, 2 Moonberries from chests. Maybe one. I think it's 1 Moonberry from the chest. Oh no, I actually grabbed 3 Moonberries from a chest, now that I think about it. Yeah, the one in Deserted Island, and then both of them in Decat's Island.
Moons, give me strength!
Yeah, it's definitely one of the slower Moonberries. The one in Lower Valua. I think... If I remember correctly, there's that one that's pretty slow. Shrine Island itself is pretty slow too. Corteca's really slow. And I didn't even consider any other ones.
Here goes! Serves 'em right!
Let's try this.
Moons, give me strength! Serves 'em right!
Let's try this.
That was easy.
Yeah, here I actually pick up the Assassin Blade and the Heavy Armor, but I think I'll probably still pick up the Assassin Blade in the second iteration. I don't think I'm gonna need the Heavy Armor, really,
Let's
because
try this.
I can probably get a seed where either one of Blagock's attacks misses, or
That was easy.
they just don't do enough damage to kill Vise, so I might be able to skip that one treasure chest. It's interesting though, because I get so few armor items throughout this run that I think Aika is left on her Aika shorts for the whole run. So I don't know. I actually take advantage of that for the Beltarn fight, but you'll see when we get there.
Let's try this.
That was easy.
Alright, back to Blagock.
Here goes.
Let's try this.
This should work.
There we go. Like I said before, that counter is actually important because
This
otherwise,
should work.
on the last turn, it would take 3 Crystales boxes, but in this case it only takes 2.
Let's try this.
Yeah, both of those 2 counterattacks put him in the damage range where I don't have to worry about killing him on the second round of the second,
Here goes.
well, after 2 Crystales boxes.
This should work.
And Blagoff goes down. Okay, time to go up and take on Executioner.
Let's try this.
This should work.
Here goes.
Let's try this.
This should work.
That wasn't so bad.
Alright. We learned Webley, and we've rescued, well, most of our friends. But we're gonna go back underground and find out that, well, Fina was taken to the castle. So, we're gonna need to rescue her too. Yeah, so this next bit of Catacombs has 2 encounters, but it can probably be reduced to 1. It was just non-optimal step count choices.
Retreat! Retreat!
Oh, I forgot to split for Executioner. Darn. Okay, well, I'll go ahead and skip that one.
Uh-huh. Ho-ho! Come! Mother!
Okay. Well, luckily Gaussian is taking Fina from the castle to the Grand Fortress. And, well, turns out they're going to go by train. And lucky for us, we're going to see that train. So yeah, this movement could probably be improved a bit, similar to most of the movement throughout the game. Throughout the TAS run, I guess.
Wow.
Alright, time for some forced encounters, which we'll just run from.
Retreat! Retreat!
Alright. Just one more forced encounter and we should be back to where we left off.
Retreat!
Hopefully this time it goes as planned, but if it doesn't, I may have to stop and figure out what's going wrong. But it should go right. It should go correctly this time. Menu 3, that's correct, okay.
Here goes!
Good, okay. Good. So we're on the right RNG seed this time. So we're just gonna use Crystales boxes to kill the one guard who's not guarding. And then in the next turn, we're just gonna use another 2 Crystales boxes to kill the last one.
Let's try this.
Here goes!
Alright, so that's how the fight was supposed to go.
Fun.
Yeah. So now we've rescued Fina. This upcoming choice is an interesting one because actually the swashbuckler choice, that's the correct choice that gives you points, is slower than the incorrect one. And the reason is, if you choose the correct one, Fina will turn to face you with like a look of admiration, and the game waits for that. But for the incorrect one, she looks at you with disgust, and the game just says, no, you can go to the next text box. So it's pretty funny. So you're sacking any coward. I don't actually use prophecy in the run. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. But you'll see when we get to Tortigar, I don't actually use prophecy for it. There's just no need when you can predict when it uses steel skin. Yep, this ship battle is pretty straightforward. Pretty much the same as in the expert notes. Pirate's Wrath Tortigar. I would never do it in RTA. So the problem is, as you get more and more SP, Tortigar's AI has a higher and higher chance of using steel skin. It starts at, I believe, 50%. It already gives like a 10%, and then at like the next one is 75%. It gives like an extra 20% after that one, so that's like another 18. So like by 50% SP, it's already like a 28% chance that it'll use steel skin, and then at 100% SP, it's just 100% to use steel skin. So getting enough SP to use Pirate's Wrath on Tortigar while it not using steel skin is pretty tricky. The exception being, well, the strat that I use, but we'll see when we get there.
Harpoon cannon, fire!
There's definitely some input manipulation in the Tortigar fight, though it's more because I just put it to sleep, and if it's asleep, it can't really use steel skin. Yeah, so I just manipulate it to fall asleep, that's all. Yeah, actually, Vise. But for sleep, in order, like at least with the Slipara bots, in order for sleep to hit, it kind of it has this equation that it uses a 20 as a denominator, and so everything is based off of basically the box's hit chance and the person's, oh, what's it called? Agile, right? And the susceptibility of the enemy. However, when you get to abilities like Sleep Sword, I think that might fall under abilities. I would have to go check it. But abilities like Lunar Glyph actually use the enemy's magic defense as the denominator in that equation. And so once the enemy defenses get like really high, the chances of you getting stone are just really low. So at like towards the midpoint of the game and after that, I never use stone again because the enemy magic defenses just get too high. Yeah, the Sleep Sword is sold in Yafutomo, but it ends up I can just use Slipara box for a majority of the fights and be just fine. Yep, so grabbing more moonfish. We just need to get to 10 to get the white map. But we have until after Grand Fortress for that.
Yes.
Hey, boy.
Using the on hit to get it faster, I'm not sure if that's gonna be a lot faster. Well, let me rephrase that. It may be faster in terms of frames, but it may not happen as often. Actually, that's a good idea. I have to look into that then. To see, like, how the equation works out for the Sleep Sword. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so here I'm basically entering this region so that I reset my step counter. Always glad to have more input. So that I don't have any encounters on the way to Sailor's Isle.
Hi.
Yeah. Here I went ahead and fed the moonfish so that I could get the Gem of Fluidity. I'm not sure if I need to do that. So that's just another reason why I don't have to go through the dock quest line in the next iteration. Yeah. Especially because since I'm doing all four at once, I have to
Whoa.
do two of them and then go out and go back in, do two.
Huh?
Yeah, I would still need Slipara for the drop core fight, and I do use it there. What is the name of that sword? Now I want to know.
Uh-huh.
Hi.
Blade of Slumber. Okay, so that's Enrique's sword. Is that dropped by anybody? I actually don't know. Doesn't look like any enemies drop it. So I would have to get it in Yakutoma. Yeah, I'm not sure going all the way to the weapon shop would be worth it just to get the Blade of Slumber. And I would also only be able to use it when Enrique's in the party. Same shop as what? No, there's actually a separate weapons shop. I just don't go to it in the run. Or we usually don't go to the weapons shop. Sword of oh, that's right. I think Sword of Ducat does that. Or, let me see. Sword. Yeah, okay, you're right. Sword of Ducat does add sleep, and that one is a drop. I remember, because actually, yeah, I did look into that one. Yeah, that one is a drop. Yeah, that's a good point. If it's faster to use on hit than to use a box, I may have to look into using that in the second iteration. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm making notes. Alright, so first we're gonna go grab this moonfish. Then we're gonna, I think, go to the mystery merchant, I believe. Yeah, I believe mystery merchant was first. I think the Aika's boomerang from Corinne was actually induces weak, and I actually got that one, but ended up never using it. That's the Stormwing. Yeah. Right. And there's also another one called the Flutterblade that does confuse, but I don't know where to get that one. I haven't looked into that. But it's just more efficient for enemies to be asleep, because then they don't do attacks, whereas confused they can still do attacks. Alright, here we're gonna get some glyphs and mites. And that's it. That was easy. Yeah. Okay. Here, we're gonna ride this guy in between here. Apparently, yeah, I think I've already seen other people use this in RTA, but it appears to be like the palm tree and that building have like parallel collision boxes. So as long as you like slide into it, you can pretty much get it like every time. Oh yeah. Yeah, because all I really needed from there was the Slipara box. The loco drill is just too far out of the way. That's the only problem with it. And I don't think the insta-kill works on bosses. Yeah.
Hey!
Yep. Yeah, because pretty much after Temple of Perrin, I don't really take any more random encounters. I'll be running from all of them. So there isn't really too much of a chance for Drachma to use insta-kill. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure actually if it has a small chance. I think that's definitely something to look into, but the Deloco drill is pretty far out of the way though, in terms of the normal path that I take. Okay. Yep. Now we're gonna go head over to the Temple of Bryn, where we should be able to just... Well, actually, we'll be taking a bunch of encounters to collect more moonberries, as well as the storm boomerang for Ica, the storm wing. Yeah, initially I thought that I would use the storm wing to like weaken them and then have them fall asleep with someone else. But then it turned out that the amount of agile that Ica has is almost required for some of the bosses to fall asleep. So I couldn't actually use Stormwing and the Slipar box in the same turn. It just made things slower.
Well.
This is another instance where choosing the wrong swashbuckler choice actually saves time, because if you choose the correct one, Beleza looks at you with admiration, but if you choose the wrong one, it kind of just skips forward past the disgust. So I think Temple of Perrin might be the first instance where you can easily spot one of the techniques I use to avoid encounters. If you in some dungeons, the step counting function is the only one that calls a new RNG, and so in those cases, it's kind of impossible. You kind of have to choose the correct starting seed so that your predetermined number of steps will get you really far, right? In other cases, such as when there's a moonfish in the dungeon, in one section of the dungeon, it actually, the moonfish calls RNG also. So you can kind of use extremely slow movement, which is enough to still like move forward but not actually trigger the step count function. You can use that to allow the RNG seed to pass over one where the step counter would be triggered. So we'll actually see that when we get to the bridges. So that small stutter step right there, that's me avoiding an encounter.
Here goes.
That was easy.
Yep, so there's another Moonberry. And I also got a bonus Behemoth's Ring. Let's see. The next one, I took in the second section. This next encounter I took one with 2 Death's Heads, because that's where you get the Stormwing from. But it takes longer to kill Death Heads, so I'm probably not going to do that in the next iteration, especially if I can't use the Stormwing efficiently. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, interestingly enough, for this segment, I actually had to go through a lot of different random seeds to actually get this encounter, because this segment is actually short enough that you can just skip an encounter here, and This is the last segment of Corinne that actually has Death's Heads.
Let's try this.
That was easy.
These parts are fairly simple puzzle gameplay. Nothing too interesting task-wise here. Although I believe it's this one. Yeah. This one it's faster to just let the boulder hit you. So you lose a little bit of HP, but not too worried about that for a task setting. So here I go through a few more encounters. Yeah, I can also utilize the stutter step here, since there's a moonfish in the next room,
Let's try this.
and they're both considered the same region, or the same section of the dungeon.
I'm glad everyone is okay.
Pick up another moonberry. Lots of stutter stepping right here. Trying to get fairly high in step count before I have to, so that on the way back I don't have any encounters.
Let's try this.
I don't remember. Did I get an encounter on the way back? No, I don't think I did. I was able to skip them.
That was easy.
Yeah. Another reason for taking all these fights was to make sure that Aiko is high enough in terms of XP, so that when we get to, I believe it's the Antonio 2 fight, I have enough SP to use Cutlass Fury right away. Yeah, and the hitbox for triggering that button is actually in front of the button. So I had to face in front of the box to hit it. Or in front of the button platform. Alright, so here's the rockworm fight. Well, but you know what? Luckily, we just got something in Maramba that'll help us out.
Here goes.
Let's try this.
Yep. Good night, rockworm. So we're just gonna guard to increase our SP, and then we're gonna start doing Cutlass Furies with some... it's not 2 turns, because they just don't do enough damage at this point. But it's,
Let's try this.
yeah, some guarding and some Crystales boxes. 2 turns of guarding and Crystales boxes, basically. Oh, for the sleep. No,
Let's
sleep
try
actually
this.
lasts longer than 2 turns. I think the longest I've seen it go is like 4 turns. But I've never actually waited until they woke up. So I know that it lasts at least 4 turns. Whereas with like Lunar Glyph, yeah, that only lasts 2 turns. So that's not really
Let's try this.
as useful for that reason too. I actually don't know how many turns until they wake up.
Let's try this.
Yeah, later when we get to the Tortigar fight, I like put him to sleep and then just guard for like 3 turns
Let's try
and
this.
until I get like full or close to full SP. And there goes Rockworm. Okay. Yeah, next up we're just gonna collect the Moon Crystal and enter some battle. So, I'll be right back.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so we let Beleza look at the moon crystal and then she uses it against us. You know. But at least we get to enter another ship battle, right? I think Recumen was pretty standard. It was mostly just I used the expert notes and just looked for frames where I got damaged as little as possible.
Aye, aye.
Although I didn't search too hard. At this point in the TAS, I was worried more just about getting through ship battles. So this should be the last round. Ship battle. Well, the red Gigas is a bit too powerful for us, so instead we'll go after Beleza. This one is also pretty similar to the expert RTA any percent route. Pretty much just waiting until Harpoon Cannon turn to take her out. Oh yeah, once we get past the Grand Fortress, there's quite a bit of difference in the tactics that I use. Mostly just I can front load a bunch of damage because I can kind of predict how much damage I'm going to take. So it ends up being a little bit better. And of course I can roll for RNG seeds that make sure everything hits, except for lost turns. I do have a few lost turns in this, but it's mostly to set up for subsequent turns. Okay, so this should be the last turn. We'll just fire the harpoon cannon and we should be done.
Harpoon cannon, fire!
Actually, yeah, speaking of SP changes, actually, oh, I forgot to split. Darn. On both of them. Speaking of SP changes, I actually use Aura of Valor for some of the ship battles, just so that I can get some of the damage out there earlier. So now we're gonna go do one of the longer menus in the game, and then get to the Rupee and Barda fight. I'm just doing a bunch of stuff here. Learning a bunch of S moves, equipping items. Yeah, so for the Rupee and Barda fight, I had to play it rather straight. They can't really be slept, so yeah. But at least I can try and minimize damage done to me and a bunch of other stuff like that.
Let's try this. Let's try this.
This should work.
Here goes.
Let's try this.
This should work.
Yeah. This next turn was pretty nice because he uses Sacred Crystal on Rupee who doesn't need it. Maybe a bit slower than a normal attack, but at least he didn't guard or anything.
Let's try this.
This should work.
Now it's just a matter of taking down Rupee.
This should work.
Here goes.
Let's try this.
This should work.
Yep.
That was fun.
Right. So now that Ruby and Bardo taken care of, we can get the captain's hat. And until I get the white map, I'm pretty much, well, I keep the captain's hat on because there's no reason to take it off. But before that, I think we're gonna make a stop at the ship merchant.
Yeah.
And then we'll be on our way towards Ixataka.
Yeah.
Getting a few stuff. Heading out. Yeah. Menuing this game is kind of weird. You can push, like, if you're buying an item, right, you can push left or up, and then up gives you one more, and left, or sorry, right. Right will give you 10 more, and up will give you one more. And you can actually alternate them to go, like, 11 more in every 2 frames. So, there's some time saves there. So here we're going to go into South Ocean, and we'll see the first example of a ship stutter step. It's basically the same thing as stutter step in dungeons, except I'm going to put the ship to a full halt for like a few, 1 or 2 frames, to wait for the RNG seed to change and then keep going. And that avoids a few of the encounters here. So here's the first one. And then I got to another encounter. Usually if I get to a group of encounters that's too dense, like too many in a row, I'll just go back a bit and reset the step counter by going to bridge. Yeah, too many in a row just makes it so that it's actually slower than going to the bridge. Of course, in the second iteration, this may not end up being as big of a problem. While you're on the overworld in your ship, occasionally a new RNG seed will be pulled from the time-based register of the GameCube, or Dolphin in this case. And there's an odd quirk where if you hold a certain direction on your joystick, or like different directions, the time-based register will be slightly off, which will lead to a different random seed being put into the RNG function. And so I may be able to use that just to avoid even more encounters than normal. So here's Horteca. This is all pretty standard. We go to Hans to get the moonstone fuel, and then we're gonna go and talk to the elder. We actually don't go and get the parentheseed or moonfish here just yet. Well, we never actually get the moonfish from here. Or I don't think so. Yeah, this was one of the slow ones that I cut out. Instead, we'll just pick up the parentheseed when we go, when we pick up Tika Tika later. Nothing too much, just some movement tech mostly. Stutter stepping in dungeons and in the overworld, just to kind of avoid random encounters. And I won't be picking up the parentheseed just yet. I'll wait until we pick up Tika Tika to get that, because I don't really need that moonfish, and it's pretty long to get it. Although I guess you did miss the first long menu of the game. But I think that one was pretty interesting just because it goes so fast.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Definitely an interesting run, especially when I can take out most, if not all, RNG elements. Yeah. I'm actually gonna watch it back myself, because there's some, especially like all the segments that deal with Moonfish and getting stuff for Doc. I need to time out how long that whole thing took, and then see if it's actually faster just not to get white map. Okay, so yeah, now we're just gonna go encounter the chameleon. This one is also pretty similar to what's in the expert notes. Except, you know, since this is a TAS, we can just kind of choose the last input frame so that we get the drops. And we'll be able to get all the drops from both chameleons because of that. Yeah, menuing is pretty nice because, and it's pretty consistent too. So like, for instance, every time you switch between like attack and guard, for instance, you push up and then wait 2 frames, and then you can do your next input. And it's pretty much the same for like normal battles too. It actually made passing out the menuing pretty easy. And then harpoon cannon should take him out. Yeah. This last round, I actually, on the first frame, the first possible input, or sorry, the first possible frame for the last input got no drop, but then the next frame got a drop for the B-type cannon, so I just had to wait an extra frame. Now we'll go talk to the king. He'll tell us that he doesn't know anything, but the person who does know things was taken by the balloons, so time to go rescue him. I keep forgetting to split. It's been so long since I did like an RTA that I'm just not used to splitting anymore. Yeah, and we're not actually gonna get the white map yet, so we're gonna skip this one too. So now we're gonna get a few discoveries first. Since we're going straight to Moonstone Mountain, they're kind of on the way already. Yeah, this route uses quite a few of the discoveries that are higher value, but it definitely doesn't pick up all of the discoveries. And coming up here, you're gonna see some odd movement where I'm gonna go like left and right at like twitching left and right. That's because running through the middle of this Ixtacaka region is actually the boundary between 2 tiles. And when you cross a tile, for a certain number of frames, you'll actually pause the step counter. So by crossing the tile boundary, I'm essentially preventing the step counter from updating, which prevents a random battle from triggering. So this is Moonstone Mountain. Not too much interesting in here, except for maybe the first region, and maybe Antonio. Yeah, this first section, once we get to it, it has other functions which call the RNG besides the step counter, so it is possible to do stutter stepping, at least in the first section. If I remember correctly, I think the other sections it's not. No, the second section is also unlinked. So yeah, the second section also has another function which calls the RNG. It's the last section which does not. Yeah. Okay, so here we're going to go into the first section. Pretty much just trying to run through it as fast as possible. Once we turn the corner here, this whole portion up to that ramp, basically there's no encounters there, and the step counter doesn't increase, so it's kind of nice that there's segments like in the middle of a section that encounters don't trigger and step counter doesn't increase. Yeah, and all of these stutter steps. And then this part, you don't actually have to go only on the X's. There's like a little bit of a frame that you can go on the O's and still be fine. I thought that was pretty funny, so I left it in. Oh, really? Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't know that was possible until I tried it in the TAS, and then I was like, oh, that's interesting. That's funny.
Retreat!
I might have to see if I can get that reward at some point. Yeah, so the rest of it is pretty much just running through. Running from any battle we encounter. Just doing a bit more stutter stepping, trying to space out the encounters so that to minimize the number that I have to take in any one given segment.
Retreat!
Yeah, and there's an example of if you only have one type of enemy, it's just really fast to run from. So I'm definitely going to be optimizing for that in the second iteration.
Retreat! Good.
Alright, so here's forced encounter, or scripted encounter, I should say. And you can just put them all to sleep.
Try this.
Like, really. Of course, it's not that easy. It took me about, I think, 10 to 15 different RNG seeds. But yeah, you just put them to sleep and then Rain of Swords, and then encounter's done. Super simple.
Ready?
Then we'll pick up the Glyphs of Might and be on our way. Well, be on our way to rescue Isapa. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's actually faster to pick up these Glyphs of Might, because I probably have enough money to purchase all the Glyphs of Might I need for the run, like, just when I purchased Glyphs of Might before, especially if I don't need to buy the one Crystales box. So, we'll see. Okay. Now we're gonna head into Antonio 2. This one's not so bad either.
Good.
Yeah, as it turns out, Antonio is really just a sleepy boy.
Here goes.
So we'll go ahead and put on a Glyph of Might, but then we'll put him to sleep.
Let's try this.
Yeah, you'll find that that's a recurring theme through this speed run. It just allows you to build up SP really quickly when you guard.
Let's try this.
Oh yeah. Yeah, at this point I actually use Tackle too. So I definitely fill up the SP and then go to town.
Let's try this.
So it's 2 Tackles, 2 Cutlass Furies, and 1 Crystales box. And Antonio 2 goes down. This is Mace Arm, yeah. And good night, Antonio. 2.
I'm glad everyone is okay. Ooh.
Yep. Time for more cutscenes. And then we'll head back to King's Hut to talk to Isapa. Oh, geez. Yeah. Yeah, it's getting pretty fast. Actually, on the way to the King's Hut, it's pretty interesting because the island that the King's Hut is over has like one part of it that's at a different level from another part. That lower part is like to the south of the island, and that whole like lower portion is actually a different encounter region. So as you cross into that portion, it resets your step counter, and then as you cross out of it, it resets your step counter again. Actually, I'm pretty sure that's what Pangy encountered when he did a 100%, because he was trying to get an encounter near the black market ship, and I'm pretty sure he just kept going into and out of that encounter region and just couldn't get an encounter. It's this little part right on the right here. Yeah. So I actually make use of that so that I don't have to hit an encounter on the way to King's Hut. Yeah, Rictilish is interesting. Okay. So yeah, now we're gonna head into Rixis. Rixis is an interesting dungeon in that whole first portion that you go through before the lift and you go to the plateau is all one segment, and there's a moonfish in that segment, so that whole portion is unlinked and you can do stutter stepping to avoid encounters. Yeah. Actually, I think it was this dungeon that's the reason I figured out that it was the moonfish that were doing it. Because as you'll see, right after I collect the moonfish, I don't really have a choice anymore on whether I want to get into the next encounter. So I just take it and keep going, but yeah. Moonfish are pretty RNG. Okay. Goodbye, bot. It's all good. Welcome, Evangeline. Well, pretty fast, I guess. So here you'll notice some stutter stepping. This is to avoid some of the random battles. And I use it quite often because I was able to get up to a step count of about 800 before I had to take an encounter. To give you a little bit of perspective, the route that I took, it takes about 2,400 steps to get from the start of Rixis to the part where you encounter the priest. And so by putting it into 800s, my hope was that I would only have 2 random encounters, but as you'll see, I ended up needing 3 because I took the moonfish. I just grabbed the stone cutter here. Or maybe I have 3 encounters in Rixis, and I had to take a 4th. I think it was...
Retreat!
Oh, yeah. It was 3,200 steps to get to the end. Oh, yeah. No, the RTA for this is terrible. Yeah. Even with white map. Actually, one thing you'll notice is this part here, I slowed down for a long time. The reason is because I don't actually need to go all the way up to the platform before the moving platform gets there. And at that speed, you don't increase your step count. So there's just that little bit extra number of steps that I can take for later. Yeah. And same with right there.
Retreat!
Yep, so now we're gonna go collect the moonfish, which... Oh no, after we get the light coat, I guess. I get the light coat mostly so I can just take off Enrique's armor and sell it. Ooh, how many hours? That's a really hard question for me to answer. I've spent at least like 5 entire weekends on it. So, and then like definitely a lot of time on a lot of different weekday nights and weekend nights, or in the morning if I had something to do at night. It's really hard for me to answer. I would have to go back and like through the calendar and remember, but it's definitely more than 100 or 200 hours out if I had to guess. Alright, so now we're gonna go up to Richtelish. And of course, you know, we have to hold sideways on the stairs. It's faster. But I had to go through a number of different random seeds to get to one that worked out. Unfortunately, Slipara Box with Aika's current Agile doesn't actually work on Richtelish. So I had to use Lunar Glyph instead. But it's a good thing that Richtelish is susceptible to stone. So we'll just put Aika to sleep, and then turn Richtelish to stone after some Glyph of Might. Yeah, exactly. Actually, in the second iteration of the run, I'm planning on turning a bunch of the items that I get in the early game to Dexus Seeds, so that I can get Aika's Agile to a point where she can actually use the Slipara Box on pretty much any enemy that's, or any boss that's susceptible. It should only be 4 Dexus Seeds, so we'll see. Hopefully I have enough base in the early game encounters to not like add too many more, but we'll see. Yeah, so we'll just turn him back to stone. I mean, he got out of it, but he really likes to be petrified, so we'll just leave him there. So now we're gonna start doing damage to him. And I believe we should be able to kill him before he comes out of the stone again.
Let's try this.
Yeah, for Fina it's based on will, and it's also based on the enemy magic defense. For I'm not sure about all the boxes, but definitely Slipara Box, it is not dependent on magic defense. So it's kind of nice.
Let's try this.
And Richtelish is down.
That was fun.
Yeah. One thing you'll notice as we go through the run, I turn back to silver a lot more than I actually need to. somehow I miscounted or I miscalculated how much magic XP I needed through the run. So I actually get Rizome like all the way. When did I get it? It was almost like Miraji or somewhere around there. Yeah, just casual 44 minutes.
Ha!
Yep, so now the gentle giant will be woken up and become not so gentle. Yeah. Doing all the text boxes wasn't that, like, difficult, because those are also fairly consistent. The first frame where there's a letter, you go back 6 frames, and that's the button that you can push the B button on. So you just do like B, A in subsequent frames, or sequential frames. But like, just getting through all the text boxes was monotonous, and some of these cutscenes have so many text boxes that it just... Ugh. I had to split it into multiple days for some of these cutscenes. The nice thing is now, I basically recorded the frame at which each line of text I entered an input, and now in the next iteration of the TAS I can just go through and have a good idea of when I need to do the cutscenes or the lines. I don't have to like time it anymore, so it'll probably be a lot faster in the next iteration, at least in the cutscenes. Welcome, battery. Extra battery. There we go. Yeah, so we're just gonna do a bit of menuing there, just to heal up the ship, and then be on our way. Yes, this is a speedrun, although it's a tool-assisted speedrun. So I basically have previously input certain buttons on certain frames, and it makes this movie file which Dolphin emulator can play, and so it'll essentially play the game as fast as possible. And so I'm trying to essentially make a theoretical time of how fast Skies of Arcadia Legends can be beaten. So this is my first iteration. Yeah, exactly. The menuing is actually one of the places where I mostly or optimize the most. So that's why it's really fast. So the thing is, like, when you're switching between characters, it's actually faster to back out in the menu and then go to the next character rather than push the L or R buttons. Because when you're backing out, you can actually make that animation be less frames. Whereas if you push the L or R buttons, it will switch to the next character, but you have to wait through that full animation. And there's a lot of time saves like that, where you can kind of skip animations of boxes coming in and like stuff like that. Except if you sell items, and that's annoying, because you can skip all of those animations except when the selling box goes back out. There's like a single animation when you're selling items that you can't skip, and it's very annoying. Okay, so this is the Chameleon 2. This is also pretty similar to the expert route. Yeah. Except once again, at the end of the battle, we're going to choose a frame that gives us the Hunter Torpedo. Yeah, the attack items are pretty nice. And if I remember correctly, bombs and such actually don't miss. It's funny because later on I tried using a bomb on, I think it was Blueheim, and instead of missing, it gave me a 0 because it was too low power.
Hey, boy.
Yeah, exactly. They're just more consistent. So the tool-assisted run essentially avoids game overs. Because I can. So the way that I make it, right, is that I can have save states to let me try different segments over and over, and I can also read the memory that the game is using to know what certain items in memory are. These can be things like the current random number seed. These can be things like the current step count. And if you get to a certain step count, you might enter a random encounter, right? And so I can use all this information to try and find the most optimal path through the game without encountering game overs. So the Grendel fight is pretty similar to the expert strats again. I mean, we pretty much just have to wait till we get to a certain turn before we can send him into the ditch. And actually, now that I think about it, another plus side to using bombs is that they don't use SP, whereas your cannons do, so you're kind of limited on cannon shots. Bombs kind of help out with that.
Harpoon cannon, fire!
Yeah, unfortunately you don't get Aura of Valors this early in the game, or else that might not be as much of a consideration. Okay. So now this should be. Yeah, I believe this is the last turn. Oh, right, as random draws, because you can get one from the dock, can't you? I think Aura of Valor pops up before the white map, right? Yeah.
Cannon, fire!
Yeah, but it's too slow to go back and get the white map in a TAS setting. Even for the Aura of Valor. Yeah. And of course we chose a seed that gives us the Grendel wing here, so...
Uh-huh.
Okay, so now we're gonna head out into North Ocean, and what you're gonna notice is I'm gonna go through where the Iron Curtain used to be, but then I'm gonna hang a left, and there's actually a little triangle at this the corner of or where the Iron Curtain is, and like that island that's below the island I'm heading to. There's a small triangle where, if I remember correctly, you don't trigger the step counter, and as you leave that region, you also reset the step counter. So you get a little bit extra step counts by going that direction. Yeah, it is. All the discovery triggers are pretty large. I was pretty much able to like position myself for the next thing that I had to do, like for each of the discovery triggers. Yeah. So this is Gordo. And I believe Gordo, I think, was also a sleepy boy. Yep. It took a little bit of effort to put Gordo and everyone to sleep, but I was able to do it.
Let's try this.
Yeah, so... Favorite
Let's try
location? I have to say I'm partial to Mount Kazai. I really do like the water dungeon in this game. Yeah, so now we're just gonna attack them, and I don't think that's enough to kill Gordo, so yeah, I think it's one more turn of Cutlass Fury and Tackle, and then Gordo's down. Oh, maybe just Cutlass Fury, yeah.
That was fun.
So yeah, now Gordo's done for. Oh, missing my splits again. I buy one per Stales box, and that box I really only buy so that I reserve the top slot in the item array as a Crystales box, so that no matter what, Crystales boxes will be first. I probably don't even need to buy one, because I just get them from the Cyrax, the bats, in Catacombs. Yeah. Minimizing purchasing was a big goal of this round of optimization. Two moonberries. Yeah. Basically, one thing from each battle. So I wait here to actually wait for a frame that allows me to get into the island, like deep into it, but I actually still encountered enemies. I think the encounter rate in this region is fairly high. So I do some more stutter stepping here, but eventually I have to go to the bridge to kind of reset the step counter. Yeah, it's pretty high. Alright, so here's the Maw of TARDIS fight. Not much to say about this one. It's pretty similar to a lot of the other fights we've seen. Yep, it's sleepy time again. It's kind of a running theme of this TAS, just putting everyone to sleep.
Here goes.
Let's try this.
Yeah, so then we just build up SP. Makes everyone happy. Oh, hi Rugged Knight. Welcome.
I'm glad
Yeah,
everyone
so
is okay.
putting everyone to sleep, building up some SP, and then just killing everyone. That's all we do. The Slipara box was in Maramba, so I just got it while I was there. Yeah, that one's interesting. The grappler section. I am collecting moonfish, because I did get a white map in this run, although I'm only getting it after Grand Fortress. But yeah, there's no need for chams or choms when Fina doesn't ever attack. So. Yeah.
Huh?
So now we just sail straight, and then it's ship battle time. This one's another one that's pretty much just the same as the expert route. And I don't think this one can really be that much faster, because the harpoon cannon just kills it in one shot. And it's difficult to build up enough SP to really use any of the other cannons. When I go around for the second iteration of the TAS, I'm probably going to try and see how many misses I can get for some of these fights, because I think misses are quite a few frames faster. It just takes time for the explosions to hit. So now we'll just take him out with the harpoon cannon and continue with the story.
Harpoon cannon, fire!
Yeah, they're pretty scripted. There's not much I can do to optimize them, but if I can remove frames from like explosions and stuff, then I mean, I'll save a few frames here and there. Yeah, exactly.
Get moving. Oh.
Goodbye, Drachma. Till we hopefully meet again. Keep forgetting to split. Well, we'll see. Yeah, so now we're on the deserted island. One of the more annoying RNG segments of the game, but of course, when you choose your own luck, it's not quite as bad. Yeah, so this one is one of the 3 moonberries that I'll get from a treasure chest. It's this one and the 2 in Ducat's Island. Yeah. Yep. There's no need for the gold though, it's too far away. course, Vise is trapped on a deserted island, but Aika and Fina, no, they get caught by a pirate and end up in a comfy bed. It's nice. But at least we get to see hair down Aika again. Oh yeah, Clara knew what she was doing. So yeah, we'll get dropped off at Nazrad and just go to the inn. Ike and Fina are gonna try and get a job to purchase a ship and go look for Vise. Well, Vise is getting a bit peckish, so I think he's gonna go find some food. Yeah, so let's go look. Let's look for food. What's the best way? Well, of course, it's to walk in circles. Right? You just walk in circles and they come to you. Just like a blender.
Here goes.
Alright, so this first one is 4. And then... well, so we got 4 pieces of meat. Good.
That was easy.
This next one will be 6. Exactly. His gravitational pull. That's how he gets all the grappers. Yeah, sometimes it was faster just to let one or two of them go. Because otherwise, they would run away a lot.
That was easy.
Yeah, all you have to do is spin in a circle. And then the last one is gonna be 5. There we go. We got food.
Huh, that was easy.
So yeah, this was one of my favorite parts to TAS. Definitely. Just the even though it took a while to like get low step counts plus high grappers, it was still pretty fun TASing this part. Okay, now we're gonna go collect some items. For the most part, I tried to figure out the shortest path between all the items. First one being sticks, the second one being moonstones. So, I don't know. I mean, this is a typical traveling salesman problem, but I think this is probably one of the shortest paths you can take between them. And you can grab them from so far away, too. It's great. Yep. There's the wood. The moonstone one was interesting because there's actually one moonstone that's right behind you at the start, so you can just grab that first and then go around. And I think when I was testing, it's actually more efficient to go to the north side of the island first and then end up on the south, because it just takes so long to get all the way out to the south tip and then back. Yeah, the trip to the north is actually about half the time versus going all the way out to the southern tip and then coming back. Although that's speaking specifically of like walking around the rock and back on the north, or walking up to the tip, the southern tip, or back. Those two segments in and of themselves, the rock one is half as long as the southern tip one. Alright, so it's time for Vise to get rescued. I mean, I guess he didn't even need to fix his lifeboat. Yeah, so here's where we meet Gilder the Womanizer. Unfortunately, the choice for him, the one where you think what he says is cool, is faster. So that's the one I chose, but even if I don't agree with it. Yeah, Gilder definitely has some pretty interesting crew members. Interesting looking. Okay, so now we're gonna pick up this map of ages. Now we're gonna start to pick up a bunch of discoveries, because some of these discoveries are worth quite a bit of money. And some of them are just on the way and are worth enough money to be worth it.
Whoa.
Yeah. Gilder doesn't want to be tied down yet, so we're just gonna run away.
See ya.
Yeah. We'll just go rest at the inn. Although before that, we'll grab this moonfish. We're just gonna rest in this lovely inn. You know, we're searching for Ike and Fina, but we're just gonna rest here for tonight. Oh. Oh, look who it is. Yep, this is all pretty standard movement. We'll go to the bar, get paid, then come back, we'll get the other half of Dakat's map, then go back to sleep, or go back to the inn, rather. I believe. Yeah. Oh, yeah, then we head out.
Hey,
Fies, look to your left. Fies, look to your left. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, we didn't see Aika and Fina go by. Guess we'll just wait till later. Okay, so now we're gonna go do a little shopping. Normally in the expert route we get one Dabu hide, but I mean, I have the money and I wanted to see what would happen if I could make 2 people fast. So I went ahead and got 2 Dabu hides. Yep, there we go. 2 Dabu hides. Now we'll talk to the Nasaltan. He'll laugh at us. And then we'll leave. Oh, I don't think... Yeah. Yeah, this choice was actually pretty easy, because if you choose the other one, you have to wait for the guard to run all the way down that long path to the castle in order for the next text box to pop up, so that one was just really long. So we have to choose the good swashbuckler there. Yeah, there's a difference of like 900 frames. It's just insane. Okay, so from Nazrad to Dakat's Isle, we're gonna pick up the balloon flower seed, and it's kind of handy because there's actually another tile border that runs to the north of Nazrad, a little bit to the east of Nazrad, but it runs north to south, and so we can pretty much just do what we did in the Ixataka region and follow that border to prevent encounters, even if we don't have the white map yet. We're just gonna go back and forth across that tile boundary. Yeah, and something I found out later, if you actually go closer to the Valuan continent, you can reset your step counter. So I might actually use that in the next iteration. Yeah, so the frame input counter says January 1st, 2000 because Dolphin emulator actually allows you to set the start date and time that you want when you play the game, and all of your random numbers are based on well, the initial seed for all of your random numbers is based on the time that you're at in terms of like date and time. So I actually chose my initial seed based on what gave me 2 Electro boxes at the very beginning of the game. Yeah, so basically it ended up being 3 seconds was the time, 3 seconds after, I guess, midnight on 1/1/2000 was a good time for double Electrobox. So yeah, here we're just gonna go across the boundary again, make sure we don't get any random encounters, and then we'll make a right. Yeah, and this movement wasn't quite as good as I could make it, because I thought that island was Ducat's Island, but I was wrong. I mean, so that's the thing, Grudge Guy. If you can find a group of times that give at least 1 Electrobox, like a group of consecutive frames that has a high chance of giving Electrobox, you could probably like do that even in an RTA setting. You can at least have a higher chance of doing it. You would need to reset the date to that, the date and time to that time before starting your run, almost immediately before starting it. But yeah, finding that it would just be too difficult, and yeah. I was at 0 minutes and 3 seconds. Yeah. And yeah, 1/1/2000. Yeah, and basically if you do that, and you have to go through the
That was easy.
title screen and all of the opening sequence as fast as possible, like with frame perfect inputs for all the text boxes and stuff. But if you do that, you should be able to get an Electrobox, which is not really viable in an RTA setting. Okay, so here we are in Ducat's Island. When I first started this dungeon, I had hoped that like the different segments of the dungeon were different in terms of step counter. And so I tried really hard to get really few encounters in this first segment, but it turned out that the step counter was like stored in memory even until the second segment, and so I had more encounters than I thought I would need. Yeah. So this next section with like the switches and the bridges, the step counter actually pauses in here, so there's no encounters for this little bit. Yeah, and we're not gonna waste time picking up armor and stuff like that. Except, do I pick up? I do pick up a few treasure chests in this one. Let's see. Yeah. I pick up the Electrum box. And the Moonberry. Both Moonberries, I think. Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
Actually, and when that pupil, like, cham thing is chiming, your step counter is also paused. So, like, if you stay there, you'll never, even if you could, like, run in circles, you'll never have an encounter. Okay. So now we'll collect the moonfish, get a moonberry, and then we'll have an encounter, but then after that, we'll just run from this one and then go get the Electrum box. Yeah, apparently pupil chirping works as like a monster repellent or something. I don't know. He should chirp more often. Yeah, pretty much after this point, from what I remember, the step counter just stops. So if you get past this point, you probably won't encounter any more enemies. Yeah, I can see that. Just doing some frame perfect lever turning. That's all. Yeah, Veltarn was an interesting one. In this iteration, I couldn't just put him to sleep. Yeah, Veltarn, Vigoro, Riptilish, and there's one more. I think it's, no, I can't remember. Those 4 bosses have a susceptibility of 4 to sleep, so if I get the other 4 Dexus seeds, I'll be able to sleep them. But I need the 4 more Agile to actually sleep them. Yeah, exactly. That'll be something I incorporate next time. There's just so many bosses, like 4 more bosses that you can put to sleep and they don't get moves. That's just too good. I mean, yeah.
Wow.
Whoa.
Well, Vise finally looked to his left, and he saw Fina and Aika. That's all he had to do the whole time. Okay, so here is Sinestra and Destra. They cannot be slept. They have full resistance against sleep. So instead, I take advantage of their AI. If there's two of them, they tend to use engage. But if you do engage on one and then kill it, it won't actually be able to use the special move. And so what I do is this first turn, I believe it was Sinestra uses engage, right? So that would mean in the subsequent turn he would use the special, but then I kill him in the second turn, and the other one uses engage second turn. So that essentially takes away 3 of their moves, or 2 of their moves. 3, I think? No, 2.
Let's try this.
Yeah, so his engage won't go off, and then this guy now uses engage, and it's just a waste of a turn for him. Of course, attacking Fina, but that's fine because she doesn't get attacked that often. Okay, remember to split. It did it. Okay. So yeah, now we'll find out that it was friendship all along that was the best treasure of all.
Wow.
Oh. Huh?
I mean, besides the fact that that one coin is worth 25,000.
Hey!
Yeah, I'm definitely gaining time slowly but surely. Yeah. Okay, now Ramirez is going to attack Nazrad, and we're going to, I guess, meet him there? Yeah, and then we'll be captured. But before that, we need to go across the boundary lines again, so that there's no random encounters on the way to Nazrad, because we don't like random encounters. Yeah, and I tried just going directly on the line, but that doesn't really work. You actually have to cross the boundary in order for it to trigger the pause on the step counter. My guess is, like, during that pause, it's actually just loading in files from the next tile. So it just doesn't want the step counter to go until loading is complete. Yeah. That would be slow, so no, we are not fighting Ramirez. Oh, if that were a possibility, I would be all for it. Unfortunately, if I remember correctly, at this stage, Ramirez actually gets healing every round. That's more damage than we can deal. I don't think it's... you can see it. So it's kind of just like he has infinity hit points. It's... yeah.
Hey!
Yep, now it's time for a bunch of cutscenes. Not too much happening right here. I'll be right back. Gilder's not so sure he wants to go. Looks like we're gonna get out, and we're gonna save our friends. Yeah. You'll see. In this first round, I think I'd take one Not in this very next fight. Is it the next fight? I don't think it's the next fight that actually gives Aura of Valors. I think it's later on. Or does this fight also give Auras of Valor? Huh. What are these guys?
Moons, give me strength!
Oh, dang. Okay. I didn't even try and get Auras of Valor from them. I just kind of continued. So
Here goes!
I've actually have a plan for getting 1 Aura of Valor from all of the enemies that drop Aura of Valors. So that means I can now go up to 10. That's great.
I wish they were all that easy.
Okay. Well, I didn't grab one there, but I'm gonna grab one at the next forced fight. So here we're gonna do a bit of menuing, just to get Vise's Pirate's Wrath or Vigoro. Eventually, I would use them in ship battles, because it's basically you can use them on the first turn, whereas you can only use Urala on the second turn or the second round. So it would basically make ship battles faster. Yeah, so Vigoro is an interesting fight. He's another one that I can't sleep unless I get the Dexus seeds. So instead, I just kind of made it so that he keeps hitting himself.
Let's try this.
Yeah, I got... actually, I didn't get any auras off of that one. I got 2 auras off of the encounter when you jump onto the Delphinus. So the reason I'm doing this is to get Vigoro in damage range so that I can just use a single Pirate's Wrath and take him out. Yeah, if I get auras off of those soldiers too, that goes up to like 13. That's not bad. Then I can probably also, if I need more, I can probably also trigger a random encounter in the Delphinus at that point.
How could this be?
Yeah, that was pretty fun. It actually wasn't too
I wish they were all
difficult
that easy.
to find seeds that he triggered all the encounters, but yeah, it was pretty fun. Yeah, so now we're gonna just keep going through Grand Fortress. And basically my goal here was just to make sure that the step counts that I have, I don't actually run into an encounter. So it should be encounterless Grand Fortress, except for the forced fights. And the Ziblin Bane. Yeah, I think there's one other enemy type that drops them. I think that's the defender in the Hydra. And I wouldn't really want to fight those. Oh yeah, I wouldn't want to fight the Ixanes demons either. Yeah, so of course it's faster to go upstairs while looking at the side on the rails for some reason. Oh, nice. Yeah, I might try that. Try to get 13 Auras of Valor. Just for the giggles. Yeah, I don't know. Stairs are a mystery. It's... Well, I mean, I also haven't looked into how these stairs work. Maybe they're more like escalators. Yeah, Evangeline. That is something I've thought about doing, but that won't happen for a long time, probably, if I do that. Yeah, that's unfortunate about the misinput on Gordo. Those Aura Valors are pretty nice. Hmm. I think at the end here, I do a little stutter step to avoid an encounter, but I could actually probably find a random seed where I don't need to do that. So inventory sorting is weird. Basically what happens is all of your items are stored in an array, and as you use up your item, that spot in the array is emptied, but everything is not moved up. So the next item that you get actually goes in that slot. Then that's also the case during battle. So if you're in battle, and let's say you have Vise and Aika, right? And you have Vise use maybe like Electro or Electribox. Maybe you only have one Electribox, and you have Aika use maybe the Slipara box, right? They'll actually swap places if the Slipara box is below the Electro box, because the Electro box is moved out of your inventory, then the Slipara box is moved out of your inventory, then it's put back in your inventory at the higher position, and then the Electro box is moved back to the lower position. It's very weird. And so, this should give us one Aura of Valor.
Fun.
Yeah, okay, so I should be able to get actually a total of 11. Yeah. Got to split down.
Oh!
Yeah, we're not to the tank yet, and we still have to fight, one of those boys. What's their name? Ziblin Banes. Yeah, I didn't think that I would have enough money if I didn't fight the Ziblin Bane, but it turns out that I think I calculated my money incorrectly, so I probably don't need to take this fight. Yeah, I saw that. That was unfortunate when the box broke. Yeah. Yeah, she was. Jeez. Okay. So yeah, now we'll just go into the harbor. This one's not too weird. It's just this one I more or less optimized movement. It was easier because there's no like camera changes, so yeah, so here we're just focusing enough to get enough SP to do Pirate's Wrath next turn, and then
Let's try this.
we'll buff Vise and then do Pirate's Wrath. Yeah, and there's no need to be purple for this. He just kind of dies.
Let us be thankful for our safety.
Yeah, here it's actually faster to go to the middle of the door, I believe, because it waits for you to go to the middle if you click on the door if you're on the side. Alright, time for some draw core tank. You know, since we've had the running theme of sleeping boxes, right? So we might as well continue with that.
This should work.
Let's try this.
Yeah. It's funny though, because the tank is so susceptible to sleep that even Fina can pull it off. So here we're gonna see Vise do a Pirate's Wrath, and then Fina's gonna use the box and put it back to sleep.
Let's try this.
Yeah. So yeah, the box is so sleepy, or the tank is so sleepy. And now we just do, I think, Pirate's Wrath and then Cutlass Fury, I believe? Yeah. And the tank is gone.
I wish they were all that easy.
Yeah. So yeah, that's Drawcore tank. Now it's just some cutscenes. Yeah. That tank just had narcolepsy. Couldn't keep his eyes open. Basically, oh, I forgot to split again. Well, I feel like that's gonna be another running theme of this task. Yeah, somewhere around there.
Whoa.
Oh yeah, hi Sigurd. Oh yeah, no, Blackbeard 2 was one of the toughest task fights, I have to say. Absolutely.
Hey.
Hi.
Thanks. Yeah. And this is only the first iteration. Can't wait to see what will happen with the second iteration. There should be some good stuff in it. So, yep. Now we have a ship, and we just gotta fight our way out of the Grand Fortress. Not too crazy. This one also pretty much follows the expert routing. It's just fastest to use the moon cannon. Yep. Huh. Yeah, that would be pretty cool, Evangeline. Yeah, missing is so much faster than hitting. No explosions. I mean, faster by frames, but it's still faster. Yep, gotta save those frames. It was fun though, because that was actually the first. That was the fastest frame I could have entered the inputs, and it was misses for both, so that was a pretty nice surprise when I was testing.
Moonstone cannon, fire!
Alright. Well, we've escaped the Grand Fortress. Now we're gonna go visit Doc again. Collect all the items that we can. Then we're off to the paywall. Well, after a short shopping trip at Nazrad. Or flash sale? Maybe it's more of a flash sale. And of course I forgot to split again. So one thing you'll notice, if you look at the input counter, we're actually more than halfway done at this stage. So let's go get Marco out of his little cabin, and then we'll head off to Doc.
Hey,
Yeah, exactly. I actually don't know if I need Marco in the ship battles. I may just leave him in there in the next iteration.
see ya.
Welcome, Go Kipapa. Yeah, the Dark Rift isn't as bad in a test setting, so.
Hi.
So yeah, we're just gonna be feeding a bunch of moonfish to this little guy. Eventually he'll spit out a white map and then we'll be on our way. Yeah, the run does manipulate encounters. It manipulates most sources of RNG. So that includes not only what we encounter, but also like how quickly we can kill them or run and stuff like that. Yeah, that could probably be an interesting story. Here we're gonna do a little bit of menuing, get things ready for the flash sale. Just putting certain things on so that it's easier to sell things. Here we're doing a bit of stutter stepping to avoid encounters. Once we cross this threshold, though, we're entering a different encounter region, and so our step counter goes back to 0. Alright. Time to sell most of what we have. Including discoveries. Yeah, Fina's flag actually saves about a full second. And then Aika's flag is actually about a full second worse than even Vize's flag. So it's like they're each 1 second apart, and Fina's fastest followed by Vize, followed by Aika. I don't know. I actually prefer Ica in general, but unfortunately Fina's flag is faster. Although I am considering making the second iteration of the TAS flag neutral, in which I basically wait so that the slower flags can like catch up to the faster flags, but we'll see if that's actually doable. Yeah, so it's a combination of the amount of text and also animations that happen. Yeah, so now we'll go ahead and get through the paywall after Enrique stops speaking his guts out. Yeah, it's actually interesting because I think Nose Guy suggested using Knezzles in the around this region to actually farm up the money instead of getting discoveries and stuff. Or I think it was a combination of maybe Nose Guy and 7th. So I might actually see if that's possible.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep, so for this run I just went with the fastest one, which was Fina's flag. I mean, the Glaciakus just took time. It wasn't really annoying.
Huh?
Let's go.
Yeah, so we're basically just gonna head straight to Esperanza. It was around this time that I figured out that flying over top of land wasn't good. So I avoided a bit, but not a whole lot. I mean, I avoid all of this land, except for this little island. I just avoid the desert, pretty much. Yeah. and then I go around this for the most part. So the game has multiple tables that it rolls on to determine which encounter you're going to get, and each of those tables has a different encounter rate. And basically, like, when you're flying over empty space, your encounter rate is a certain number, but then when you fly over land, it drops that number by 1. And in general, that change of encounter tables seems to raise the encounter rate that you get. So it seems like flying over land actually raises your encounter rate. Okay, here Don is gonna laugh at us, but we'll get the last laugh. He'll see.
Hey!
Yep, so now the Blue Armada is here, and they've come to pick up Enrique because they really want their prince back. But Enrique doesn't really want to go back, so this leads to a situation where we have to fight.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so these ship battles are some of the first ones that I actually started to optimize in terms of turns and trying to get the enemy ship to be destroyed in the fewest number of turns possible. So this is where the strats will start to differ from Arcadia's expert route. Yeah. And it was also around this time that I found, or that I was made aware of that ALX had ship tasks. That was really instrumental also in planning this out, because essentially each ship during every turn has an option between two different choices. And typically the options are chosen based on either a random number, or the HP of the enemy, or the current HP of the player, or there's one option that it always chooses the first one. So between those four, most of the choices of enemy ships are one of those four. So it makes it a bit easier to kind of predict what the enemy ship's gonna do. Yeah. Yep. So we're just gonna, you know, fire our sub-cannon after apple waxing. There's no real need to do anything else. Yeah, that first one I'm pretty sure was a crit. Yeah. Unfortunately I didn't get any other crits this round. But, so he'll actually be finished on round 2, turn 1. But yeah, that crit was pretty crazy. Actually, I could probably... Yeah, I don't know. I might be able to get it faster, but... Maybe if I used a bomb, I could actually... Yeah, I could probably make it done round 1 if I add in a bomb. Actually, I could probably just end it really quickly if it's 2 crits in a row. But finding that might be really difficult. Next one is Gregorio Gunboat. This one turned into a 3-turn fight. If I remember correctly, the gunboat pretty much does the same moves every time. So there wasn't really any need to adjust for choosing a specific turn set. Yeah, also, I should be able to use an Aura of Valor here, and that would make things a bit faster. So here we'll just take him out on turn 1. But we don't need a whole Moonstone Cannon for that. Moonstone Cannon is too slow in this case. Okay, and now we're on to the Ariga.
Yes.
Okay. This is one of the first one of the first ship battles that I really started trying to get the correct seed in order to get the enemy to do the moves that I want them to. Yeah. Yeah, that little bit of damage actually is necessary. Otherwise, yeah, it wouldn't be pushed over at the end. So these little hits are actually in preparation to get it taken out. Yeah, and basically I plan on when he's guarding. I mean, I still use the coil, but then I shoot off the torpedo too. So since I can predict when he's guarding. Yeah. Here's where the damage really starts to come in though. Yeah, and on the last turn, I don't even use Speed Wax. I kind of just kill him as he charges me. It's great. Yeah, it took a little bit of time to find random seeds that would allow me to do this, but it wasn't too difficult. Yeah, and luckily I was able to get first in the turn order, but he's dropped. Yeah. Okay, I did that one. Yeah, exactly. You can definitely get 3 turn Aurigas, but it requires a good bit of luck. Okay, so now we've defeated Gregorio. Enrique doesn't have to go back home. So we're gonna head over to Yafutoma. Yeah, sometimes when cannon shots are lost, it also depends on your order within a certain turn. I know, like, when we get to Yelagar, I actually use that to my advantage, because if I had gone first in a turn, that cannon shot would have been lost, but then second in a turn, I actually fired and hit. Yeah, so here we're just gonna be going through the rift. We'll pick up the Black Moonstone. We'll pick up Discovery. We'll pick up the Dream Cutlass and the Aura of Valor that's here. But hopefully I won't need to pick that up later. Yeah, Bell only increases damage. But I mean, I guess every little bit helps. I get Tika Tika. Tika Tika increases hit on torpedoes. Domingo, I think he increases crit chance, but I don't really get him. Here I'm doing some menuing. I turned on the white map, because otherwise I would have encountered, or gotten more random encounters. But I actually still have to avoid one over here, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so I go to bridge and then I go back, and that encounter's gone. There's the Aura of Valor. And now it's just however fast we can get to the exit. Yeah, doing a bit of stutter stepping, but now we'll fight Anguilla. Anguilla is another one that actually took me 3 rounds to defeat him, and he gets defeated on the first turn, but I think I can knock it down to 2 rounds. But you'll see what I mean. There's only a little bit of health left over with this run. Yeah, and basically my goal with this was to try and do the most damage possible on the Moonstone Cannon turn next round. So, like, for instance, turn 4, I'm shooting a balloon torpedo into turn 2 next round. Because gotta get that damage. But this does a little bit of damage to him. Just a cool 37k. Oh, nice. Yeah, I can't wait to see you run that again on Yelegar. Yeah, unfortunately this wasn't quite enough to take it out, but I think if I use an aura on this fight and reorganize some of the cannon fire, I can probably get it done in 2 rounds. Yeah, so now it's just Pyro Bomb and then it's dead. Or is it Pyro Bomb? Or did I use Concussion? I can't remember. Yeah, it was Pyro Bomb. Yep. So that's Anguilla. Just a cool 8 minutes after the Auriga. That's all. Yeah, so if you notice I didn't put the white map back on. I actually don't need the white map, if I remember correctly, between here and the Tenko spell ship. So it saves a little time for menuing. But I still do angle myself to get Spice Island later. Yeah, that gold is just too good to pass up. Yeah, so Tenko's spell ship is a little bit of a joke. Well, not in an RTA setting, but in a TAS setting, because you can kind of force him to stay down. Oh yeah, definitely. This fight can go very wrong very quickly. But not when you have really good cannons. Unfortunately, this one goes into the second round, but I think I can probably also get this one round only if I can get 2 crits in a row. But chances of that are pretty low. Alright. Now that the Tenko battle, or the Tenko spellship is sunk, we get to fight Zhao and Mao. I actually don't know what causes the MSC turn to be there. I'm pretty sure it's RNG. I do know that, like, so each set of turn orders for a round for enemies has an index, and yeah, basically it gives you a different index for you to get that flipping part or not. So, like for instance, the Tenko spellship, I had an index of 0, and then I think if you have an index of 1 or something, you actually don't get that flipping. So yeah, I don't know exactly like what causes it before that. But yeah, we're basically just gonna sleep them and Pirate's Wrath them, and they'll be dead. So, no biggie. Mao and Zhao.
That was easy.
It seems like a lot of bosses in this run have like narcolepsy. They just can't really stay awake. Oh, yeah, forgot to split. Too many enemies. Not enough enemies susceptible to sleep. There's a whole, like, 6 bosses or so in the run that I can't sleep. Exactly. Make it more. Yeah, so I actually have to turn on the white map again right before Yakutoma, or else I run into an encounter. It's a little annoying, and I can probably get rid of that in the next iteration. But at least I have it on again for Mount Kazai, so I'm not really complaining too much.
Ooh,
Yeah, so here we'll go through a few cutscenes, then we'll do some movement. We'll pick up Kerala and Urala. Pretty sure I don't need them, because most of the places we use Urala in the expert run, well, I can just use R's of Valor, so... Yeah, in the second iteration, I probably won't be picking them up. Yeah, the turtle will also be destroyed. Yeah. Yeah, that's why part of the reason I'm trying to figure out exactly how many auras I can get. So, just how many ship battles and normal battles can I speed up with those? Versus how long does it take to get an aura? Because like getting a single aura isn't that bad. You have 4 chances in a row, like 4 consecutive RNG rolls, right? But when you're trying to get like 4 turns in a row, the exact roll, it gets a little dicey. I actually wrote a program in Python to help me with that. I simulated the RNG function and basically had it tell me like I had it do sequential rolls and then tell me when that one would give me an aura, and that's actually what I used to get 2 auras out of the Yafutomen soldiers coming up. But yeah, I mean, it'll just take a lot of grinding, I think, to get multiple auras. Yep, so we got Kirala, now we're gonna get her sister Urala, and then we should be good to continue with the story. Alright, so here we're gonna buy some ship parts before we head out. But then we're gonna go to Mount Kazai in the water dungeon. Yeah, it is really interesting design-wise. So the nice thing about this dungeon is that it only takes 4,728 approximately steps to get through the first segment, but the encounter rate is pretty low, and especially with white map, it makes it even lower. So I only have a single encounter, random encounter, in the first segment of this dungeon. Everything else is basically stutter stepping to avoid encounters. Yeah, it's weird though, because like these hallways have an encounter rate of like 10, and outside the hallways it's an encounter rate of 20. So sometimes you can like stutter step inside a hallway and like avoid an encounter in the main area, because you already passed the RNG value that the encounter would trigger on. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, and it's actually slightly faster to get this switch second. It's like a text box or two less. Now we're gonna start stutter stepping. Yeah, so here's our first planned encounter coming up.
Retreat!
Yeah, that was our last planned encounter. Yeah, and once again, the reason we can stutter step in this area is because there's a moonfish. Once we get to the second segment, we actually can't stutter step anymore. It won't advance the RNG. But at least for this one, you can avoid encounters pretty easily. And that's section 1. Yeah, so coming up we have the 2 or the 3, I believe it is, other spheres. one is it? 2 or 3? I think it's 2, actually. And once again, that jam marker is pretty nice for not increasing the step count. Yeah. I mean, at this point, why do anything else, right?
Let's try this.
We might as well just put them to sleep too.
This should work.
Yeah, so they go down with a single Cutlass Fury each.
That was fun.
Now I believe there's still some... Yeah, I've got a Moonberry from that. I didn't actually plan for that Moonberry, so that was pretty nice. Think I still got some more encounters in this segment. Or maybe it was section 3. I think it was in section 3. Wait. That doesn't seem right. No. Oh no, these are the wrong notes. Okay. Pretty sure there's no more encounters. Yeah. Yeah, so single encounter, Mount Kazai. No biggie. Then we're off to fight Tortigar. So yeah, Tortigar kind of follows a similar pattern where we just kind of put him to sleep. It really is. Sleep is very good, especially when your boxes don't break.
Let's try this. Let's try this.
Yeah, so we just got a bit extra SP there, and then we're gonna do this. And Tortigar's awake now, but we're just gonna put him right back to sleep. So,
Let's try this.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. Whatever he was gonna do, well, he's not doing it anymore. And now we should have enough SP to do 2 Pirates Wraths in a row, and that should finish this one out. Yeah, pretty much. No taking actions.
Huh, that was easy.
Okay. Yeah. That's Tortigar. Now we're gonna grab the Blue Moon Crystal and go back and talk to the Yakutomans.
Yes.
Yep. So now we're just gonna walk back to the palace. Gonna have a bunch of cutscenes. Typical RPG type stuff. Yep. Now we have Beleza doing some subversion, and we're gonna get the information that, well, the Valuans are here.
Mwah. See you around, handsome.
Yeah, this one's actually faster than to select running. Yeah, we'll get there. It's not very involved. It's just a matter of manipulating Blueheim's actions a bit.
Wow. Yes?
Yeah. Here we'll just go through a number of forced battles and run away from all of them. Pretty simple.
Retreat!
Yeah. And here's another example of why it's really nice to have encounters with a single enemy type if you want to run from them. The game actually takes extra time to load the enemies if there's more than one enemy type, so that actually makes these runs some of the fastest in the game.
Retreat! Retreat!
Yeah, they're just... we don't need to worry about them. We're just gonna run past them because we're fast like that.
For you to...
Yeah, so here we meet Daigo, the Prince of Yafutoma. He learns that his father was betrayed, and so Now we're gonna go kick Muraji and Kangan and the Vluins, but we'll have fun doing that.
But
Hey!
Yeah, now it's just walking back to the ship, avoiding the people walking your way. Okay, so now we have taking back of the Delphinus and some ship battles.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so this first battle is the one that I used to get 2 Auras of Valor. I actually had a seed where I could get 4 from this fight, but that would have taken a lot of RNG advancement, and that would have cost like a good almost 20 to 30 seconds just trying to get all 4, so at least in this iteration of the TAS I didn't go for that.
Let's try this.
Yeah, so what you're actually going to see is the first kill on an enemy will be an aura, and then I'm going to do like progressive Cutlass Furies, and then the next Cutlass Fury advances the RNG a certain amount, the next one advances it a certain amount, and then by the time the 4th one comes around, that 4th one is ready to be an Aura of Valor.
That was easy.
Exactly, yeah, the drop is determined on death. Oh, that's only 1. Did I only go for 1? I thought I went for 2. What? Okay. I don't know, maybe I changed my mind. Well, I hope...
Retreat.
It looks like everything is still on time, so... Huh, maybe I changed my mind there. We'll have to see. If everyone falls asleep in the Miraji fight, this is still in the correct timing. Because it's not very often that everyone falls asleep in the Miraji fight. Yeah, counter stance was normal.
Let's try this.
Okay, yeah. It looks like I probably just didn't take the two Aura Valors on that fight.
Let's try this.
It means I only have 3? Interesting.
That was easy.
Okay. So, we beat Miraji. Now we're gonna fight Vigoro. With the Draco. Yeah, I got Rizome. Yeah, I miscalculated how much magic XP I actually needed for Fina, so I got Rizome pretty early here. So we're just going to, you know, attack and buff ourselves, try and get some good damage. Oh yeah, definitely. It's nice to get it ahead of time. So one thing you'll notice is that throughout this fight, I don't actually heal. And the reason for that is Blueheim has specific moves that it does as long as Vize's ship is above 50% HP. One of them is 50% HP and one of them is 60% HP. Basically, if you're above that threshold, he'll do a powerful attack, and if you're below it, he'll just do nothing. So, yeah, there's really not that good to heal necessarily after the Draco. Yeah, and if you need to heal after the Draco, it's actually better to wait until the second turn of Blueheim, because turn 2 also has a decision point that's like 70% of HP or something like that. Yeah.
Moonstone cannon, fire!
Yeah, so we'll just go ahead and I guess finish off the Draco. Oh, now I forgot 2 splits. Oh wait, shoot, I paused. Oops. I hope that's about the same amount. Yeah, I think it's better not to heal. At least not to full. If you need to heal, heal to 50% maximum. Like, if you need to use a deluxe kit, then you can do that. But I don't think I would use a complete kit there. So yeah, there's the Blueheim fight. This one was 3 turns, or 3 rounds. And this is the first fight that I use in Aura of Valor. Or did I use one last fight? No. Yeah, this is the first fight I use Aura of Valor. Yeah, so once again we're focusing damage on turns that have the C. You know, standard strats. Yeah, so this round, it was a bit tricky to get the 5' cannon and the ST or actually no, this round they hit pretty easily. It's the next round that it was tricky to get the 5' cannon to actually hit. So yeah. Just do a lot of things. That pause there at the end was me waiting for the correct frame so that I can actually get the hit on Blueheim. Yeah, he is. Man, it took me, what is it? 1, 2... like, 25 frames of waiting right there in order to actually get one that was nice. Actually, a lot of those 25 were from, so he can either attack or guard on turn 2. So, I think 70, because he has a 70% chance of attacking, but 30% chance of guarding. And since I wasn't attacking on turn 2, I wanted him to guard. So, Yeah, but these ones hitting were the tricky part. I believe. Or no, was it ST3? 5 prime. No, I think. Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, so that's Blueheim. Oh, not guard on turn 1. Not guard on turn 1. That's a good question. I actually don't know off the top of my head. I can pull up the tasks real quick. So for Blueheim, turn 1. Looks like it's... wait. Turn 1... Zero and 1.
Ooh.
0 and 1. You mean the first 2 rounds, or it's the C turns that we try and hit him. Oh, I see. I think that's what, round 2 or 3? Yeah, from what I see, it looks like it's random. If it's round 3, he doesn't actually guard on turn 2.
Yes.
It's 4th slot on turn 1. Okay, let me see. Yeah, no, that one is random. He has a 60% chance to attack. 3rd on turn 2. That one is also random. He has an 80% chance to attack. So it shouldn't happen too often that you get both. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I remember seeing that. Okay, well, we've taken out Blueheim, gotten the blue crystal. Now we're gonna make our way back home. But how do we get there? Well, we go east. Yeah, so actually over here, a bit south of Yafutoma, there's a dead zone that also changes your encounter area. So that'll reset your step counter. And right here, I clipped the corner of it. So now my encounters, my step counter is reset, and I'm on my way to Ixataka. Yeah, that was a No Moonstone Cannon Blueheim. That was a bit faster than with Moonstone Cannon. Yep. So we're gonna go pick up Tika Tika at Horteka. And while we're there, we'll get the Parentheseed too. I'm thinking about not including this in the next iteration also, but I want to see how often I can get torpedo hits in the vortex. Yeah, so now we have Tika Tika. This next set of overworld movement is pretty interesting because I actually passed through 4 different encounter regions, each of which reset the step count. So it's not that difficult to avoid encounters with the white map. Yeah, so we're pretty much just gonna go straight. For the most part. Crossing over into this region is a new encounter zone. Then once we cross over into the region containing Sailor's Island, that'll be a new encounter zone. And each of these resets the step counter. Yeah. Exactly. High dock, by dock. Yeah. And so crossing into here, if I remember correctly, the inside of this Sky Rift has no encounters. And then we cross back out of it and there's a new encounter zone, so our step count is reset. And we're back. Well, we found that the world is round, and our base is built, so, I mean, we're off to a good start. Oh yeah, Glacia's great, especially when you don't have encounters. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, Veltarn, like, usually is like, terrible. And it's unfortunately I can't sleep him in this run, but... So he'll get some hits in, but... Next iteration, I should be able to just put him to sleep. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Hmm. Aye, aye!
Yeah, I'm considering not getting Tika Tika, but I have to try out to see like how often I'll get torpedo hits in during Chameleon 3, like without Tika Tika. Other than that, I can probably get pretty good RNG to get torpedo hits for the rest of the ship battles. Alright, we finally picked up Bell, who's here to upgrade our sub-cannons. Now we're off to Glacia. This overworld movement's a little bit different. I'm going close to the Valuan Island so that I can switch encounter regions and reset my step counter. Then I'm going north to get the Balloon Seed. Then I'm gonna go past the Balloon Seed, past that Sky Rift, and that's another encounter region. So that'll reset my step counter again. And then I'm gonna cross back into the main area to reset my step counter again. And then I'll go towards Glacia, a little bit south, but mostly towards the west. And eventually I'll cross into another, like, encounter region, which will reset my step counter again. And then I'll go into Glacia via the skip. Yeah, and so after this point, it's really just one more kind of stutter step, and then I can get in. Yep, so this is Glacia. The first segment of Glacia, basically you answer 3 riddles about the purple magic color or moonstone color. So this is pretty straightforward, nothing really too impressive here other than just moving efficiently. And also, when you open those doors, if you open and you're in the middle, then you don't have to move to the middle. But if you open them and you're to the side, I think you have to move to the middle. So there's like small things like that. Right. Well, we answered the riddles correctly, so we get to go into Glacia. So in Glacia, I pretty much use stutter stepping fairly liberally, and I was able to get it so that, well, there's no encounters. It did help that there's a moonfish in Glacia, so that I can actually use stutter stepping though. Here we go. That's Glacia. Now we just fight Veltarn. Veltarn was a bit tricky, because the way his AI works, he'll either use Avalauncher first turn or do some other things. But if he doesn't use a special move on the first turn, he'll definitely use Avalauncher on the second turn. So I had him not use it first turn, but he attacked Aika, and she got confused. So what I did was I had him use Avalauncher on Aika second turn so that she died. And now I can pretty much do whatever I want third turn. So, oh yeah, and the Aura of Valor definitely helped because I needed some Pirate's Wraths. Yep. Then we'll just do another Pirate's Wrath. She's fine. It's gonna try and attack me, but it misses, you know, and we'll just finish it off. And that's the Veltarn fight.
I'm glad everyone is okay.
And here we find Drachma again. It's a good thing he survived.
Oh.
Or Arachnum. But at least we get the crystal. Yep. Now we say goodbye to Drachma again. He's gonna go sort out his life. While we're gonna continue on our quest.
Oh.
Alright. Heading back to Crescent Isle. Yeah, definitely. That scene is very touching. So we're gonna hit boundary for encounter regions again. Then we're gonna go towards the east. I'm doing some stutter stepping here to try and avoid an encounter, but I don't think I'm actually able to avoid it very well, so I think I need to go back to bridge and kind of reset my step counter. Or no, I turn on white map. That's what it was. Okay. So without the white map, you can actually get that far. And you can probably get even further with the white map, or without the white map, if you follow the change of encounter zones kind of boundary. But I mean, I have the white map, so I might as well just do it this way. Here I'm re-entering the Valua encounter zone so that I can then leave it again near Crescent Isle. And then we get back home. All right. So we brought home the purple crystal. We're gonna purchase a few torpedoes, some other things, bits and bobs, and then we'll go plan our next step. That'll be cutscenes for a little bit. Alright. Well, now we're gonna go after the yellow crystal. Which means we'll go into Maw of TARDIS. I do end up taking these 2 discoveries on the way there. But I'm probably gonna route them out if I can get the Knezzles to cooperate. Yep. Yeah, I agree. I can't wait to see like how hard it is to actually encounter them. Alright, we got our 2 discoveries. Now we'll go into the Maw of TARDIS. So the Maw of TARDIS is another pretty interesting one, because I'm pretty sure I don't have any encounters in this one either. I do end up needing to do a lot of stutter stepping towards the end of the dungeon, but yeah, no encounters. So we'll just fly through the Mall of TARDIS. No encounters. Of course, there's plenty of encounters to avoid by stutter stepping, but we'll just get through. And then we'll go wake up Yeligar. Yeah, so on Yeligar, I actually think I optimized the damage pretty well. It'll basically last into round 3, and it'll take all 4 turns. And I couldn't really think of a way to try and get it to go faster. Yeah. That lag before the input was basically to get a nice overall damage value on Yeligar. Oh, nice. Yeah. I needed to actually grind to get the 3 turns to go, but I was able to get that. Okay. So yep, there's another one where I used the Aura of Valor. Hi nightclub boss. Yeah, so I actually used the 5' cannon here, mostly so that it's in use the next few turns. So I kind of expect that one to be lost. Yeah, exactly. And I make use of that in the next round. or the next turn. Oh, that's Yeligar. Maybe I did kill him in 2 turns. No, I think that's still 3, right? I wasn't paying too close attention. Yeah. So, now we have the yellow crystal. We'll go ahead and get the ladder. And then we'll grab Icklemis. Or Ilkemis. And then we'll go back home. Yeah, exactly. This guy's the best. We can buy steroids from him later. Well, he didn't want to join our crew the first time, so we're just gonna come back in and ask him again. Because, you know, maybe he just didn't hear us clearly the first time. So now he joins, because we know Rizzo. Yeah, he's definitely a very useful ship battle member. Yeah, and it's around this time that I forget to put Brabham in the active crew instead of Kerala. So pretty much all of the fights after this, Moonstone Cannon should be more powerful than it actually is in this run.
Ooh!
No, I mean Ismail, not Brabham. All right. Well, now we have 5 moon crystals. We just need a way to get them back into the Great Silver Shrine. That's easy. Yeah, you can go through all those text boxes, and then you need to wait for the camera to pan. And then you get to the other text boxes.
Yes, Mom.
Okay, so we could. First thing we're gonna do is go and upgrade Ilchemist's shop. Then we're gonna head back to Delphinus, and we're gonna get some information about how to recover Phoenix' ship, so that we can go back to Great Silver Shrine. Yeah, we're getting close. So yeah, here Gilder's gonna tell us about Dangrel Island, where we can hopefully find plans so that we can enter Deep Sky. That way we can go recover Phoenix' ship. In this run, I basically take, I believe it's all of the discoveries in Upper Sky. So there's the Rainbow Island one, there's the Iron Cross one, and I take the train also, but hopefully I can route some of those out. Yeah. The train one in this one almost kind of runs into you. It's kind of great. And here it is. Okay, so yeah, we'll just go west to Dangle Island, but we need to go into Lower Sky first, so we'll just go underneath this Maramba Island and then into Lower Sky. Alright. Next up is Dangrel Island. I believe I was able to get no encounters. for Dangle Island as well. Yep. So we'll just kind of walk around Dangle Island. For some reason, we can shut off the power and no one really notices. So, I mean, why not? Yeah, it is pretty low, except for one place. The lower level in that hallway that goes to the lift, the encounter rate there is actually like a 165. It's insanely high, but it's also very short. So I understand, I guess, that why they put it that high. But it's just like really high. Because like on either side, if you enter those doors, it's a new scene, so it resets the step count. The step count is only in this small hallway, and so yeah, that encounter rate is extremely high. Yeah, so basically this hallway right here, your step count goes to 0, but then the encounter rate goes up to like 165. So you can actually get encounters there, probably, pretty easily, especially if there's no white map.
Yes.
So yeah, we discover the plans for going into Deep Sky, but Gaussian sees us. That probably won't end well. Yep. So here Gaussian catches us before we can escape. Yeah. But Gregorio shows up. Yeah, luckily he's here to protect you, so...
Aha! Ha!
Okay, so now we'll escape Dangle Island. Using the TAS. Well, I've been working on the TAS since January. Okay. So unfortunately, Gregoria did not survive. But time for us to go back to base and outfit our ship so that we can go into deep sky. Yeah. So overworld movement's pretty simple. I actually fly over this one island to collect the Valuan wreckage, and then I keep going. Yep. Then we'll do a little bit of menuing. Getting stuff ready for deep sky. Yep. Then it's just a matter of talking to Brabham to finish up the upgrades and then going to the Vortex.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Currently, as far as I know, there is no task for Skies of Arcadia Legend yet, so yeah. Technically. Okay, so we're gonna go into the Vortex now. We don't really worry about the airship discovery for this. We're just gonna head down. Yeah. Yeah. This part's pretty easy. You just hold C stick down and you go down. Not too much to say about this. But we do get some nice foreshadowing in front of us, which is nice. And we learn how to use the radar, which won't really be used since Fina's ship is always in the same location. Alright, so let's go pick up the ship. is. Yeah. I think it would have been pretty cool if the whole deep sky would have been like a new area. Not necessarily the size of the overworld, but like with multiple things in it. Then I guess it might have been difficult to hide Soltis if they did that, though. So, we got Fina's ship, but we were discovered by the Blue and Admiral DeLoco. So, let's see. Chameleon 3. Yeah, this is pretty similar to the expert notes. It's pretty much just finish phase 1 on turn 1, then, or on, yeah, turn 1, and then finish phase 2 on turn 2 of phase 2. So we'll trigger phase 2 with those 2 torpedoes. We'll try and finish it off on round 2 of turn 2. Yeah, Ilkamis will help us out for Ilkamis. And that's the Chameleon 3. Yep. So we'll go ahead and leave Deep Sky through the vortex again. Then we'll make our way over to Sailor's Island, where we'll drop off Enrique, and then head back home. But before we get to Sailor's Island, it's time for the hardest ship battle. Blackbeard 2. Yep, the run killer. So, Blackbeard 2, he should be over by round 3 of turn 1. I don't know if it's actually possible to get him on round 2 or not. Because I think I still need to use the Apple Wax no matter what, so... And I don't think there's enough damage with only Apple Wax and Torpedo. Or only Apple Wax and 5 Prime King. But that's enough. There goes Blackbeard 2. The current single segment any percent RTA is world record is held by Arcadia Legend, and it's about 10 hours 44. Okay, now we'll just pick up a few ship items and then be on our way back to Crescent Isle. Oh yeah, after selling discoveries, that is. So, we've got all the moon crystals. We have Venus ship.
Yes.
We should be able to finish our quest.
Thank you very much.
Aye, aye.
Alright. So now we have the Bina going away party. A lot of good food there. Got some sort of bird, a pie, some beautiful beans. A lot of good food.
Thank you very much.
Aye, aye.
Wow. But we're attacked. Yeah, so the balloons found out where we were, and they came to attack us. Yep. So yeah, this next fight is with the shadows. I think I tried to sleep them a few times, but it took way too many random seeds to try and get all three of them asleep. So I ended up just switching over to having them use Selenis. This doesn't matter, especially because we're not going to be using magic, so it was just kind of a way to speed it along. Once I get more Dexus seeds, I'll probably end up using Sliparo and all of them. Yeah, they pretty much each go down to one Cutlass Fury, so it wasn't too bad. Of course, both of them takes a little bit more time, but it's still not terrible. And I knew I was going to do different strats anyways.
That
was easy.
So now we meet Ramirez again. And unfortunately, he's gonna take all our moon crystals. But at least we don't have to fight him, because that would be slow. Yep, and this is where we learn that he's not really a big fan of people, mostly because apparently he hung out with mostly upper world Valuans. So he decided he just wants to push the reset button along with Gaussian. Make it so that everyone is under them. But this is where we also learn that the Sylvites were the ones who destroyed the world in the past by calling down the rains of destruction. Of course, those are Fina's people, so she's reasonably distraught. And that each Sylvite has a piece of the silver moon crystal in them. Yep. There's that too. But luckily Gilder's in his ship, so he'll just kind of fire at Ramirez. And Ramirez will retreat. Yep. Everything's destroyed. Our base is in ruins. Well, time to clean things up. Okay, well, let's go talk to Fina. She's probably not feeling too well, given that her world's been turned upside down.
Uh-huh. Ah.
And so, Mina asks us to go with her to the Silver Shrine.
Thank you very much.
And Gilder just decides to come along. It is.
Yes, my lord.
There are a lot of scenes in this run. A lot of text boxes. He's already holding out the rapier, but then he draws it out of something. And then points it at the queen. Okay. So we're gonna go over to Fina's ship so we can take it to the Great Silver Shrine. Of course, we have to wait for the camera to completely spin around before we can go fast. So apparently there's this structure just hanging out in place right next to the moon. just stays up there. Okay. We'll go into the Great Silver Shrine now. Yeah. This part wasn't terrible to try and do movement for. Mostly because a lot of the movement difficulty comes from, at least when tassing, comes from the camera moving all over the place. But in this one, the camera roughly stays behind Vise, so it's not terrible to task this movement. Yeah, we're just gonna skip all the treasure chests and go right to the room. We don't need armor. Armor's for the weak. Vise is strong. Yeah, this place is really wonky. All the turning is so actually it's interesting because depending on like where you hold on the control stick, like your turning radius will be different. So if you hold backwards and like diagonal, you'll turn extremely sharply. Like that. Yeah. So I think part of like optimizing the movement will be doing things like that. Yeah, that initial area is terrible. The camera change just ruins everything. Yeah. Here's another situation where you have to aim for the middle, because if you aim for the side, you actually have to walk to the middle, or Vise walks to the middle, like in an animation, and it's a lot slower than just aiming for the middle of the platform. Okay, and now that we've made it, time for a bunch more cutscenes. Yep, and here's where the Sylphites confess that they actually did use the Reins of Destruction. But they swear it's because people were bad. Yeah, we'll just look at each of the Gigases and wait for the animations to finish. I do like this change in the music though. I always found that very thematically appropriate. Yeah, so here it's actually faster to say, let me think about it. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah. Let me actually pull that one up. That one is, yeah, that one's about 100 frames faster. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's about 100 frames faster. Yeah, and I believe there's 5 text boxes on the first choice versus 3 on the second choice also. So yeah, it's just the second choice is faster all around. Okay, well, we found out that the Sylvites were the ones that called down the Rains of Destruction, and we don't really want that to happen again, so we're just gonna leave, and we're gonna try and stop Ramirez and Galcian by ourselves. So now it's time to get a bunch of Parenta seeds. I actually had to record these inputs twice because the first time I went through and purchased Parenta seeds, I forgot to purchase Glyph of Mites for the rest of the run. So I had to fix that, but yeah. Definitely shouldn't forget that I need Glyphs of Might for the rest of the run. But we'll just sell everything we don't need. And, that'll give us plenty of money. Yeah, you can see me alternating between, the top and the bottom of selling. It's just faster if there's, like, something you need to sell that's in between 2 items you don't want to sell. Then, once that gets to the bottom, you can just push up, and then it goes straight there. Just a little bit of speed tech. Oh, seed number, I believe I purchased 28? Or somewhere around there? 27 or 28, one of those. I can actually check. to... No, I purchased 27, so I had 29 over the course of the run. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I actually think it might be slightly more efficient to get at least one or two more, because as you'll see, I think it's the final battle. I could probably, if I had one or two more seeds, I could get through it in one less turn. But... yeah, so now we're back at Dangle Island. Apparently, not only were they retrofitting DeLoco's ship here to go into Deep Sky, they were also building an elevator to get into Deep Sky, and specifically Solstice. So now we're gonna take the elevator and go and confront Galcian and Ramirez when they try and unlock Zelos. But yeah. Once again, I mean, this place has no encounters, but the encounter rate's pretty low until we get to that one hallway. So we'll just go to the lift. This section is encounters, but then as you enter the lift area, that there's no more encounters once you get near it. Yep. Okay, well, we'll just ride the lift down, you know, make our way down to the elevator.
Yes.
Oh, well, or we would, except we run into Vigoro.
Hey, baby.
Yeah, let's settle this, Vigoro. So, this fight, once again, like, if I can get the extra Dexa seeds, I can just put him to sleep. But since I didn't have them for this run, I basically had him just attack, and keep attacking, and only attacking.
Let's try this.
So, it was over after turn 5. Yep. Ica gets confused. Ica loses confusion. Yeah. Whirlwind of emotions going on here. Yeah, exactly. Yep. So there I just forwarded the RNG seed a bit. And then we did Pirate's Wrath. Yep, and that's Vigoro.
Oh, I lost again.
That was fun.
Yeah. So Vigaro's off to become a pirate, and we're off to go save the world.
Goodbye.
Everything has its place in the world again. Not too much to talk about here. Just more movement till we get to Ramirez and Galston. Or, yeah. Oh wow. Yeah, so I'm already... The TAS is already pretty far ahead. Yeah. And now we encounter Ramirez and Galston in the control chamber of Soltis. Oh yeah, definitely. I can't wait to see if I can think of anything else too. Alright, so here's the Eliminator fight. This is another one I was unable to sleep. So instead, and I think, if I remember correctly, if he doesn't use blast, or doesn't use, what is it, target search first turn, he has to use it second turn. So I just had him use it first turn, and then blaster second turn, and then attacking after that. Yeah. But he only uses blaster on Vise, and, well, Vise is pretty strong now, so it doesn't hurt that much. Plus we're guarding, so that helps. Now we're just gonna do Pirate's Wrath a few times. It's funny because it looks like the attack actually did around the same amount of damage as the blaster. And Eliminator is down.
We did it!
Unfortunately, we didn't take out Eliminator in time, and now Zelos is free. So the game continues. But, fortunately for us, now we have action-packed gameplay. Now that Solstice is rising, we can't just stay in here and rise with it. That would be ridiculous. We wouldn't have our ship. So we have to escape. Yeah. I don't know if that's actually faster from a movement perspective, but well. Yep, so we'll just, we'll take this lift right back. Super easy. Oh. Vaz, you broke it. Well, the rail has started falling apart. Time to run up the rail, which has one end hanging, and it's not bending. Yeah, that makes sense. See, we get all the way up there, and then no one's jumping off yet. Seems like an oversight.
Ah! Ha!
Yeah, body slam. Exactly. Oh, that's convenient. That Dangeril Island is just the right shape to avoid Solstice. Yeah. Man, it's a good thing Solstice wasn't bigger, or else the story would be over a bit sooner. So now Solstice is being raised. People from all over the globe notice a kind of trembling, and they just know something is wrong. You know? Something is just very wrong. Okay, so yeah, we'll just go towards Solstice, you know, take care of this. Well, maybe not. Well, Galcian finally got his wish. He controls Solstice and can call down the rains of destruction. Of course, first step is taking out Valua, his former employer. Can't have them getting in the way. Of course, Alfonso abandons his queen, but then gets promptly smashed. Oh, nice. Are you still planning out a speedrun for that nightclub box? Yeah, it's possible. I'm not too familiar with that speedrun though, so I don't know how optimized it is. So yeah, the Reigns of Destruction just fell. We have no way to enter Soltis. Everything's bad. Well, we'll just go back to our base for now. Yeah, sometimes they don't allow certain emulator versions if they speed up the game too much. I know that in Skies of Arcadia, for the RTA 80%, we make sure not to do certain emulator versions because it speeds up the game faster than console. Oh, nice. Well, Enrique is probably dead. And so Moegi will faint. Yep. Or is he? It's Enrique! Moegi somehow miraculously leaves faint and just runs into Enrique's arms.
Hey. Hey, boy.
Alright. It's beginning. All of our friends are coming to help us. So we have Drachma. Got some of the air pirates. Yeah, they are. Even Baltor is here. Baltor is also a tsundere. Just like Drachma. Yeah. Then we have Dine. Our dad came to help us. It is. The power of friendship is strong.
Let's go! Uh-huh. Mwah.
I mean, we could go talk to Aika and Fina and reassure them, but that would just be too slow, you know? And we don't need the swashbuckler points. So we'll just go to bed. Okay, so now we're gonna go back, along with our newly assembled pirate armada, and face Galcian and Ramirez. Yeah, I always did it casually just because, well, I enjoyed the story, but yeah. Alright, so everyone reports in, and then we go face off. I think we're almost at the end of this long set of cutscenes. Yeah, imagine a Hydra fight with no guarding on Moonstone Cannon. Yep.
Yes, my lord.
Yeah, it's actually pretty tough to get no guards on Moonstone Cannon. If I remember correctly, it's like 80%, 70% chance to guard. Yes, thank you. Cool. Yeah, I accidentally wrote over my notes for the Hydra, so I don't actually have a record of what I did, but it went pretty fast. Exactly. We'll all find out together. Yes, the good old miss on everything. There's that Aura of Valor, so that we have enough SP for everything to come. Okay. S cannon, 5' cannons, and some torpedoes.
Moonstone cannon, fire!
Yeah, that not guarding is really nice. Exactly, it's easy. Yeah, I actually made it so he doesn't guard until, like, if I remember correctly, well, he doesn't guard on a turn that I shoot him until, like, the last turn. Alright, so we'll do a bit more damage. Just keep hacking away. Oh my. Yeah, we'll keep hacking away. Yep. So we go ahead and use a complete kit here. Mostly so that I don't have to heal later. But yeah, we're just gonna do one more attack, or rather two, and that's the Hydra. Yeah, I tried to get it to the point where I actually went first on that round, but I couldn't actually get that. I went through like a good 20 different RNG seeds, and I never went first on round 2. So yeah, I mean, you don't even get to see what's in that big underbelly. But now you do. Yeah, it's like, where did that gun come from? What? Oh, jeez. Yeah, exactly. Just like Zelos and his claws. So there's the Hydra. I did look into like where you could encounter enemies that would give you Aura of Valor, but it's only a really small segment, and the enemies are fairly strong anyways, so I decided not to actually take an encounter there. But we're gonna equip things onto the ship in preparation for the last fights, and also did I think we put on the white map and some other things. But yeah, this is also, if I remember correctly, zero encounter. I'll bring it back. So yeah, we'll just go through the Hydra. It's not very well guarded for a battleship, but, you know, I guess it's fine. Let's go around the corner, encounter skip. Yep, and then we'll go face against Gaussian. Yeah, it is pretty low. Although I think you can still get hit with an encounter on the outside, on the upper side of it, fairly easily. So this is Gaussian. He's one of the harder bosses in the game, under normal circumstances. But he does have a little bit of problem with his AI. Of course, it's been confirmed that no matter what, he uses terminal either on turn 1 or turn 2. However, there's kind of a loop that he can get into and just keep using magic forever after that. So, in my mind, Gaussian's always wanted to be a magician. Let's watch.
Here goes.
Yeah. This one isn't so much of a loop as there's just magic on every branch of his AI decision tree, so you can pretty much just go through all the seeds and choose magic. And it's not even, you don't even have to pour the RNG seed that much to get all the magic. Yeah, so he'll terminal Vise, but that's fine, because Vise is pretty, you know, pretty strong and he's guarding. But then after this, you know, Gaussian just forgets he can use S moves. So... we'll just keep guarding and delta shielding until we build up SP, and occasionally use Pirate's Wrath. On occasion, he'll just attack buys, but that doesn't do a lot. Yeah, right. Technically faster than waiting for the animation for magic, so I was actually happy about that one. That normal attack happens on... what was it? It's like a 2 or 1% chance to get that. So that was pretty serendipitous. And that's Gaussian.
Is it over already?
Well, Gaussian can't stand losing, so he's gonna go into his escape pod. Yeah, unfortunately, he doesn't account for love. Love conquers all things. I believe that's the motto that we should all learn here.
Goodbye, my love.
What?
Even Gaussian. Yeah. Beleza had a good heart. She just... well, she had a good soul, but her heart led her to the wrong place. It's sad. But, you know, Ramirez is pretty sad too that Gaussian is done. So, I mean, what better way to get rid of that sadness than pounding the ground?
Why?
Yeah, definitely. So, right, stop whining. He's pretty sad, you know? And when he gets sad, he just needs to destroy everything. Because he's Ramirez the Edgelord. So, he's gonna call down the Rains of Destruction, probably on everywhere. Yeah. But luckily or unluckily, well, both, yeah, the Silver Shrine just comes falling out of the sky. And, that's just gonna solve everything. Well, at least as far as the rains go. No, it's not good at this point. Although, I mean, I don't use the Crystales box, but I do use a box to beat the game. Exactly. I felt it was appropriate. In honor of all the boxes that didn't break, I had to end the game on a box. So, the light shield is now gone, and we can enter Soltis and finish the fight. Okay, so we're gonna equip the moon gun, or not the moon gun, the moon cannon. Or did I already do that? No. Did I equip the moon cannon? Oh yeah, no, the moon cannon was equipped actually during that menu before the Hydra, so, or before entering the Hydra. So it should, we already have it. And yeah, down goes Guardianos. It's interesting though, because Guardianos in the enemy ship tasks actually has multiple turns, but he does seem to run like during the first turn, so I don't know why there's even multiple turns for him. Yeah. So this is Shrine Island, which we're gonna use to get into Soltis. I didn't optimize Soltis too well. Basically, I take 3 encounters there, but I could probably cut it down to 2 with the white map. I don't know how many it would be without the white map. Yeah, I don't actually know what the chance of that is, of it missing. I'm sure I could probably figure it out, but I would have to figure out where that is in the code. Yeah, especially when you're on like world record pace, right? You don't really want to take the time to save. Oh yeah, resetting is pretty slow. So here's Soltis. Yep. We'll encounter some enemies, but then run away from them. You know, pretty standard stuff. Yeah, I don't think I've seen it miss either, but I haven't played. I haven't done that battle too many times.
Retreat!
Just running through Soltis. Running away from battles. Yeah, so we're almost at the end here, so I probably could have gotten 2 battle Soltis, but
Retreat!
took 3 encounters. Yeah. But by this point, I just kind of wanted to be done with this iteration of the TAS. So I just left it. Same within the next area of Soltis, where I take 1 battle or 1 encounter. Yeah, exactly. I have a long list of things to research before I even start working on the second TAS, second iteration.
Retreat!
Alright, so we made it through Soltis. Now we just have to go encounter Ramirez. He's off in his ivory tower, so need to find some way up there. Tink, tink, tink. Yep. We'll just take this elevator. Teleporter. Yeah. Alright. Now we encounter Ramirez. The Ramirez fight is quite similar to the Gaussian fight, except he can actually get in somewhat of a loop and just be stuck doing magic. If you pass turns 1 and 2, then there's a test of whether all PCs have weak or not, and then if they don't, there's a 20% chance to use Drillness. So basically, in turns 1 and 2, turn 1, I force him to normal attack, and then turn 2, he uses Drill Nose, and after that, he just uses Drill Nose. Okay, so here's the normal attack, and it puts weak on Aika, but no one really cares. So now we're just gonna Delta Shield the rest of the fight. And he's just gonna Drill Nose pretty much for the rest of the fight. I don't remember. Was it Ramirez 1 or 2? One of them actually had... Yeah, okay. Ramirez 1 uses Drill Nose for the rest of the fight. Ramirez 2 uses some combination of magic, but still, it's just all magic. Really, I mean, Ramirez and Gaussian were just really good magicians, you know? They just wanted to learn magic. my gosh. Every time I watch this, I just get giddy. It's so different from an RTA setting. It's ridiculous. Oh. Okay, and this will be the final blow for Ramirez 1. Unfortunately, the magician never accounted for counterspell. Oh well. Okay, now Ramirez is angry that he lost, so he's actually going to combine himself with the Silver Gigas. Not really a great long-term move, but I guess it would make you more powerful. Okay, and it's time to escape again. But this time, there's no action-packed gameplay. We just kind of pop up in the ship. Alright. Now it's time for Zelos. The Silver Gigas. Yeah, Zelos is a fight that took me turn 3 last round, but I think I can probably go faster if I actually have a Aura of Valor. Of course, good old Selenis prevents any magic from being used by Zealous. And then we'll just buff ourselves with apple wax and gear grease and machine oil. Stalin misses because of Selenis. Yeah, this one didn't take too long to find good RNG seeds for each of the turns, so... Yeah. Once again, this one's pretty similar to the expert strat, though things have been pushed up a little bit. Yeah, he really is. Zelos is just a sack of hit points. Yeah, exactly. And down goes Zelos. And there go his claws. Where did they come from? Oh. It's over! Obviously, Zelos has been defeated. Oh. Yeah. So for this one, pretty much no matter what, Ramirez does a special move in either the first turn or the second turn. So I pretty much have him use magic first turn what was it? Have him use nightmare first turn and then just magic after that. So yeah. Yeah, man. Real late game stuff. But now we can finally start building up some SP. We'll do a few Pirates Wraths. I believe it's 4 Pirates Wraths. And then a little something extra to take him out. I'll get you! Yep, exactly. Yeah. Eventually he gets tired of Drill Nose. Not quite yet, but next turn he'll get tired and he'll still use magic, just a different one. Yeah, he's like, okay, I can't weaken you. Well, at least maybe you'll die? No. No. This doesn't work that way. Okay, final turn. Exactly, they won't expect this. So, if you noticed, I had Aika put in a little box there as an ode to our purple magic throughout the game. It's Crystalline time! And that's the game.
I wish they were all that easy.
Yep. So the recording actually keeps going past Ramirez's death because for TASs you pretty much keep going until the last input of the game. So that happens around 9 hours 3 to 5 minutes. Yeah. So, the world is saved, Soltis goes back to the depths. And Nina joins us as a permanent member of the crew now. And that is the last input. So, a total of 1,947,426 frames to beat Skies of Arcadia Legends. Yeah, thank you guys for coming. It's been pretty fun. All right. Yeah, so this TAS has been a lot of fun, and it definitely couldn't have happened without a lot of different people. Arcadia Legend for her expert notes, which I use as the base for the TAS run. Nose Guy for providing me with a lot of information on like the different software to use for the TAS. Taikokuya on with ALX and a lot of like data mining from the game itself. A lot of work was done by Adu2V even before I joined the community, and just everyone on Discord has been really helpful, so it's been a great time. Yep. Now everything is right with the world. And we finally get to see Pirate Fina! Oh yeah, definitely. It helped a lot. Even just like having the early ship battles well mapped out was a lot of help. Well, that's about it. That's Skies of Arcadia. I guess I'll let the credits run, but yeah. Now, just time to work on a lot of research, and then the second iteration of the TAS. It'll probably take a while, but be back. All right. Have a good night, you guys.